Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode. Now, I will turn the meeting over to your host, Stephanie Henning. Stephanie, you may begin.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you all for joining us today for the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit and for giving us a few extra minutes to get started this morning. We have over 750 participants today. Wanted to make sure everyone had a chance to join. This time, I'd like to turn it over to Tara Sweeney, Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, to start us off.
Thank you, Stephanie, and welcome to everyone to the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit. I appreciate the time that you are taking to participate in this dialogue over the course of this week. I am Tara Sweeney, Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the U.S. Department of the Interior. And I would like to thank our co-sponsors who have contributed in creating the first digital summit. We're certainly thankful to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, and the Institute of Museum and Library Services for their support of the summit and for their ongoing commitment to increasing broadband access in Indian country and Alaska Native communities. 2020 has been a year of creative solutions to ever-changing challenges. The public health threat of the coronavirus pandemic has forced all of us to rely even more heavily on technology and online services for the activities of our daily life. From online classrooms to video visits with healthcare providers, kitchen table conference calls, to drive-by birthday parades. We have all been asked to get creative in how we connect with each other. As you know, Indian country has been hit especially hard by the pandemic, and I'm thankful for the strength and the resilience of tribal communities and the resilience that they have demonstrated in the face of adversity. We are a creative and resilient people, and I see examples of this within our tribal governments, the federal government, and Native-owned businesses. But the digital divide remains. Only 46% of rural tribal locations have coverage from at least one broadband service provider. 28% of Americans living on tribal lands lack fixed terrestrial broadband service compared to 6% of Americans overall. Everyone here today plays an important role in bridging the digital divide in Indian country and Alaska Native communities, and now is the time for action. President Trump continues to be a champion for affordable, accessible, and secure broadband for all Americans. The American Broadband Initiative continues to lead a comprehensive all-of-government effort to stimulate private investment in broadband, making improvements in federal funding opportunities, streamlining permitting, and leveraging federal assets. Under Secretary Bernhardt's leadership, all of DOI has been busy implementing these measures and carrying out the President's broadband agenda. Since last year's summit, we have worked on streamlining permitting, making updates to our rights-of-way and leasing handbooks, and signing on to a national programmatic agreement with USDA's Rural Utility Service to work on regulatory issues to broadband infrastructure. The Bureau of Indian Education is updating data circuits to provide a minimum broadband speed of 100 Mbps at all BIE schools. BIE has taken on an innovative project to connect students with broadband through our bus routes. Buses for 25 of the longest school routes in Indian country have been equipped with Wi-Fi hotspots to encourage our youth to complete their homework on the commute home when they are allowed back into the brick and mortar setting. I want to point out that some students are traveling on routes that travel over 200 miles a day. And as we deploy this pilot project and monitor its success, it is my hope that we expand this capacity to more buses and provide our communities with additional broadband capacity. We are also working to place these buses in locations to create community hotspots while students are distance learning within tribal communities. Last year at this summit, I was proud to announce the $1.2 million National Tribal Broadband Grant, which has funded feasibility studies for 25 tribes. And this year, we are doubling down on our commitment. Indian Affairs has requested funding for 2021 to support broadband deployment for tribes within the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development. The request would commit $8.5 million to promote broadband deployment in Indian country. Most of the funding will constitute direct funding opportunities for tribes, but would also enable Indian Affairs to provide expert technical assistance to tribes for broadband development. I certainly know firsthand about the challenges to access affordable and reliable connectivity. As many of you know, I come from the most remote region in the United States, the northernmost part of Alaska, where some communities in our state enjoy connectivity while others struggle for reliable connections. Throughout Alaska, in various locations, getting internet service of any kind is difficult and impossible in some places. And this creates issues in economic development, educating our students, and getting critical medical services when in our rural communities. Connectivity is one infrastructure challenge that affects commerce, government, justice services, education, and healthcare. And it is one of my goals as Assistant Secretary to help bridge the connectivity divide to ensure Indian country and Alaska Native villages have the same opportunities as non-tribal communities. So today I challenge you to seek collaboration. It is going to take a teamwork from our universities, from public-private partnerships, tribal leaders, and staff across the nation to help solve this ongoing issue. So I ask you today, how would you address the challenge of connectivity in Native communities? How can the government strengthen its support for tribal economies and infrastructure development? As we navigate this path forward, there will be more challenges and opportunities that create new questions. And we must be bold and lead with no fear and give daylight to ideas regardless of how unconventional. One such leader who moves DOI forward with a bold vision and a commitment to public service is Secretary Bernhardt. His unwavering support of Indian Affairs includes an increased focus on connectivity. Here to say it in his own words is Secretary Bernhardt.
Hello, I'm Secretary of the Interior, David Bernhardt. I would like to thank Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Tara Sweeney, for hosting and organizing today's event. American Indian and Alaska Native communities know that increasing access to reliable, affordable broadband service for tribal communities and families is imperative. Many remote communities increasingly depend on broadband for education, telehealth, and even e-commerce. However, the majority of rural tribal locations don't have broadband coverage. They lag behind rural parts of the country. Without any internet access or a good broadband connection, schooling, healthcare, and keeping in touch with loved ones becomes increasingly difficult. Broadband is essential to keeping our tribal communities healthy, connected, and thriving. Under the leadership of President Trump, Interior and our partners are committed to working with tribes to help close the digital divide in Indian country and in Alaska Native villages. That's why our Bureau of Indian Affairs is currently working with the tribes to obtain and distribute more than 8,000 laptop computers and more than 4,000 hotspots to suit students to support vital learning opportunities. The Bureau of Indian Education has launched a pilot program to put Wi-Fi hotspots on dozens of buses that have some of the longest bus routes in our school system. Interior has also awarded 25 tribes with more than $1 million in national tribal broadband grants. Together, we can provide reliable broadband service for American Indian and Alaska Native communities. Thank you. Enjoy the summit, and God bless America.
Thank you to Secretary Bernhardt for your leadership. I'd now like to introduce Crosby Kemper, Director of the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Director Kemper has been a longtime advocate for education and learning, and I thank him for his support of the summit. Director Kemper.
Thank you very much. At the IMLS, we're very proud to have helped originate the Tribal Broadband Summit last year as part of the administration's American Broadband Initiative. There is a wave of interest, concern, enthusiasm, and aspiration cresting in Washington and beyond over the digital divide. Congress and the White House, in the time of the pandemic, the racial protests, and our economic challenges, have recognized the importance of access and skilled use of the Internet for healthcare, economic advancement, education, and community information and activity. Nowhere is this more obvious than in tribal lands. Density, distance, poverty, lack of resources, and technology make the First Nations the foremost challenge and opportunity to connect everyone. Providing the virtual education, telemedicine, community, bulletin board to navigate the current crisis and the skill development, job opportunities, and government information that will help bridge our divides and close our gaps in the post-pandemic future. We're proud to be in partnership with the Department of Interior, and particularly with Assistant Secretary Tara Sweeney, and grateful for the participation of the FCC this year, and particularly Chairman Pai, whose leadership during the pandemic has been exemplary. Welcome to all of you. May your week be pleasant and productive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Kemper. I have enjoyed working alongside you to address how we can effectuate change in Indian country and Alaska Native communities. I really appreciate your leadership. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Ajit Pai, Chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Chairman Pai has led FCC in a direction that promotes technological innovation, better products and services for consumers, and strives to close the broadband digital divide. And I'm, again, very happy and proud to work alongside the chairman to improve connectivity for all tribal areas. Chairman Pai.
Well, hello, everybody, and thanks so much. It is great to be at the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit. What a great way to kick off the week. I want to say a thank you to Assistant Secretary Sweeney for inviting me to participate. I've very much enjoyed the collaboration with her and the Department of Interior. And speaking of which, thanks to all those at Interior, at the Department of Agriculture as well, to Crosby and the Institute for Museum and Library Services who organized the summit. And most importantly, thanks to all of the tribal leaders on the call and across the country who are working so hard to connect Indian country. I was honored to be a part of last year's inaugural summit. Obviously, things are different this year in ways that none of us expected. But the one thing that remains unchanged is my commitment to bringing the benefits of broadband and other digital technologies to unserved and underserved tribal areas. Since my first day in this job, I've said that closing the digital divide was my top priority. And as this audience knows all too well, nowhere is that divide more pronounced than on tribal lands. I've seen these challenges firsthand during numerous trips to tribal communities, from the Rosebud Sioux Reservation in South Dakota to Navajo Nation in Arizona, and from the Coeur d'Alene Reservation in Idaho to Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma. And in fact, the last trip I took before the pandemic ended the FCC's travel was to the Wind River Reservation in rural Wyoming. Now, unfortunately, the pandemic has kept me from visiting Indian country over the past 6 months, but it hasn't stopped us from making significant progress on many fronts over the past year. One new policy I'm really excited about is giving tribes priority access to spectrum in the 2.5 gigahertz band. These airwaves constitute the largest block of spectrum below 3 gigahertz in the United States. And the spectrum offers favorable coverage and capacity characteristics for next-generation mobile services such as 5G, as well as communication services. In a nutshell, it covers a lot more land and pushes a lot more data through the wireless airwaves. Today, this valuable spectrum currently isn't being used in most of the western United States. And that's partly because the band's original intended uses have been made outdated by technological advances, and partly because there are some arcane FCC rules that had limited this band's full potential. And so in 2019, the FCC took action. We removed outdated restrictions on the band, and we allowed greater flexibility in how this spectrum could be used. And here's the rub for folks on the call. Notably for this audience, we voted to give tribal entities an exclusive window to obtain access to available 2.5 gigahertz band spectrum for free to serve rural tribal lands. Again, before any auction is held, rural tribes get a chance to get it for free. Successful tribal applicants will ultimately receive overlay licenses for exclusive use of up to 117.5 megahertz of this prime mid-band spectrum for broadband and other next-generation wireless services. Now, to ensure that every eligible tribe was aware of the priority window and had the information and assistance needed to take advantage of it, FCC staff worked tirelessly to contact every federally recognized tribe in the country multiple times through a combination of in-person events and letters, emails, and phone calls before the window opened. The staff held multiple tribal workshops and made numerous presentations at tribal events across the country as well. I personally participated with staff in a full-day workshop on January 14th, which was conducted here at FCC headquarters and simulcast over the internet to let tribes know about how to take advantage of this historic opportunity. And our outreach continued after the window opened on February 3rd, and our staff engaged in hundreds of one-on-one interactions by email and by phone when the pandemic limited in-person events. We responded to every inquiry that we got from potential applicants. Now, that window was initially open for 182 days, and during that time, we received hundreds of applications. But in July, we extended the window by an additional 30 days until September 2nd to give tribes impacted by the pandemic more time to file their applications. And in doing so, we balanced giving tribes more time to complete those applications against the delay a longer extension would create in making the spectrum available to tribes. Obviously, the digital divide is a very pressing need on many rural tribal lands. So I'm very proud of how hard Commission staff worked to ensure broad awareness of this opportunity throughout Indian country, how hard they worked to help eligible tribes file applications, and how hard they are working now to review the over 400 applications that we've received. Such a great number. Just last week, we announced that 157 applications have already passed the initial review. As required by law, the FCC is now putting these applications out for public comment before any final action is taken. FCC staff are continuing to review the remaining applications, and we'll put them out for public comment as that review process unfolds. A lot of exciting stuff going on the wireless side in tribal communities. But the FCC has also done a lot to promote the expansion of fixed broadband networks on tribal lands through the Commission's Universal Service Fund. Our newest and biggest initiative to close the digital divide is our upcoming Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction. Now, this is a $20 billion initiative, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, that will connect millions of unserved homes and businesses through a two-phase reverse auction that encourages the deployment of the best-performing networks for the lowest possible costs. Bidding in Phase 1 begins next month on October 29th, and we're making available in that first phase up to $16 billion to bring high-speed broadband to unserved areas where we estimate around 10.4 million Americans live and work. And here's an important fact about this auction. The fund includes provisions that will help ensure that service providers will be competing to win the right to serve tribal lands. We gave tribal lands a bump in the auction. We took steps to make an additional 30,000 or more homes and businesses in tribal areas eligible to receive support in the auction, and to make more funding available to all tribal areas that are eligible than otherwise would have been the case in the auction. So this Rural Digital Opportunity Fund builds on the success of 2018's Connect America Fund Phase 2 auction, which allocated $1.5 billion to expand broadband to more than 700,000 unserved homes and businesses. Now, 6 tribally owned carriers won support in that auction. And as you might recall earlier, I referenced my visit to the Wind River Reservation. Well, when I was there in February, I had the chance to see firsthand how the Northern Arapaho Tribe is using funding from this auction to deploy gigabit speed fiber broadband to over 800 homes and businesses. It was pretty cold, I will say, in February in Wyoming. There might have been some snow on the ground, but I received the warmest of welcomes, and it was just so exciting to see how folks were working to connect people with digital opportunity. And I'm grateful for the hospitality that Wind River Internet and tribal leaders showed me, and more importantly, for their ingenuity in bringing world-class connectivity to a remote rural area. Now, the FCC has also taken steps over the last 3 years to ensure that many small rural providers that are already receiving universal service support to serve tribal communities can confront that challenge head on. To address the higher costs that these so-called rate of return carriers typically face, in 2018, the FCC increased the amount of operating expenses that these carriers can recover from the fund above what carriers serving non-tribal lands can recover. So simply put, we gave more money to those who are willing to serve tribal lands in recognition of the fact that it's much more expensive, much more difficult to do so. That's the first time that that has happened in this program in the FCC's history. We also instituted reforms for some other small rural carriers, and these reforms are designed to expedite the deployment of high-speed broadband in rural America. And in 2019, the FCC authorized a new round of subsidies for rate of return carriers, which will ensure fixed broadband is available to over 37,000 locations on tribal lands. And this funding also included a tribal broadband factor. This tribal broadband factor is essentially a 25% increase in the amount of subsidies that carriers serving tribal lands can receive compared to similar carriers serving non-tribal lands. So if we gave a carrier serving non-tribal land $100, one serving tribal lands would get $125 by comparison. We've also proposed establishing a new 5G fund for rural America, 5G being the next generation of wireless connectivity. In April, the FCC voted to advance a plan that would make up to $9 billion available to bring 5G mobile broadband service to rural areas that would otherwise be unlikely to see deployment of next-generation wireless networks. Under this proposal, Phase 1 of the 5G fund auction would specifically reserve $680 million for providers that commit to serving eligible tribal lands. A carrier serving tribal lands would still also be eligible to bid for subsidies from the non-reserve budget as well, but that $680 million will be reserved for those carriers, again, that are willing to provide connectivity, 5G connectivity, to tribal lands. And now, at last year's summit, I touted how the FCC had recently raised the funding cap for our rural healthcare program. This is something that had been stuck at $400 million since it was established back in the late 1990s. Well, under my leadership, we've increased that cap significantly. Indeed, for the current funding year, $802 million is available to ensure that rural healthcare providers will have access to the connectivity they need to treat their patients. Again, that's more than double what was available when I took office as chairman. This March, building on those efforts, we were able to create a new $200 million COVID-19 telehealth program to support healthcare providers responding to the ongoing pandemic. We had the rules for this program in place barely a week after Congress appropriated the funds as part of the CARES Act. 2 weeks later, the FCC opened up the application portal, and by early July, we had awarded the full $200 million to 539 recipients, including several providers serving tribal communities. For instance, we awarded Navajo Nation's Department of Health around $950,000 in May to provide home health care and remote monitoring services throughout the Navajo Nation to patients who are isolated and under shelter-in-place orders. And that includes low-income, elderly, and vulnerable high-risk patients. Telehealth is incredibly important during the pandemic to help people get the care they need remotely and safely, and this program is helping folks get that care. Now, under my leadership, we've not only increased our investments in tribal communities, we've also stepped up our engagement. The Commission has long looked to leaders of Native nations for advice and guidance on tribal matters. And after rechartering the Commission's Native Nations Communications Task Force in 2018, we expanded tribal membership from 20 to 25 earlier this year. The task force has already made important contributions to the FCC's ongoing work to identify and overcome obstacles to greater broadband access in tribal communities. Our investments on tribal lands have had a real impact, too. In my first 3 years as chairman of the FCC, the number of unserved Americans living on tribal lands has fallen by more than 43%. And I'm confident that these and other steps the FCC is taking will continue to increase broadband access on tribal lands. When we increase access to broadband, we increase access to education, to employment, to health care, to civic engagement, and to so many opportunities of the digital age. I've seen it in person in places like Athene, Wyoming, and I'm sure you've seen it too in your communities as well. But for all of this progress, there's a lot more work to do, and we must do this work together. As sovereign nations, you have the power to shape your own destiny. You have provided and will continue to provide the directions, the ideas, the leadership that your communities need to ensure that they have access to modern communication services just as every other American does. And in closing, I just want you to know that the FCC stands ready. I stand ready to serve as your partner in this effort. As this summit reflects, there are many other federal and state agencies standing with us, and I believe that working together, we will build a brighter digital future for Native communities across this great nation. I want to thank again Assistant Secretary Sweeney for giving me this opportunity, to Mr. Kemper as well for his leadership and dedication, and to all of you once again. Let's attack that digital divide with renewed effort and make more progress for everybody in Indian country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman Pai. We'll now get ready for the rest of our agenda today. In just a few minutes, we'll hand this over to our friends from Seneca Nation, who will be presenting on planning and implementation. After that, we'll have a short break starting at about 1:30, and we'll come back promptly at 1:45 this afternoon Eastern Time for our presentation from NTIA on developing smart and resilient tribal lands, along with their community broadband roadmap. At 2:45, we'll have a panel overview of federal funding programs, and then take another break, coming back promptly at 4:15 Eastern Time for a presentation on USAC and the Lifeline and Tribal Community Access with monthly discount for phone and printers. Just a reminder that all of the audio is through the conference line. There is no computer audio, and we will be conducting Q&A throughout the day. You'll have instructions about how to do that once we get to those times. Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Seneca Nation.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you. So I'm looking forward to the summit, and a lot of what I talk about, you'll hear a lot of what was talked about already. You'll hear that we've been dealing with firsthand. My name is Anthony Jacoby. I'm the director of Seneca Energy, and I work for the Seneca Nation. We are working on a few broadband initiatives. Today, primarily, I'll be talking about our Cattaraugus Territory Initiative, which is a 52-mile network. And you could go to the next slide, please. Cattaraugus Territory is highlighted. You can see that there's 5 non-contiguous territories that make up the Seneca Nation, located near western New York. The 2 highlighted territories are residential territories, and in both instances, these are residential rural communities, and they lack any broadband access. In Cattaraugus, we have nothing throughout the entire territory, which is made up of about 22,000 acres. And in Allegheny, we have a community named Steenberg, where, again, there's no access. In the Cattaraugus Territory, having no high-speed broadband access, individuals are lacking the ability to do basic tasks such as email, let alone having the ability to work from home or complete required schoolwork. This issue has been highlighted during the coronavirus pandemic. We've had employees who are unable to work remotely. We've had students who have had to flock library parking lots and to try and grab the Wi-Fi signal from the government facilities to complete homework. And, you know, so we're seeing this in this extreme time of need. Again, a lot of what was talked about, it's firsthand, and I know a lot of people out there are dealing with the same issues. The internet is not far away from our communities, and you'll see that in some of the slides, but not having the ability to connect, if people are in that same boat, it's an extreme difficulty, and right now is an essential time of need. Next slide, please. So the Seneca Nation has known for a long time and that there's been issues with the lack of connectivity on territory. We created a broadband task force back in February 2019. The team members of the task force was made up of myself, the head of our grants department, as well as our vice president of our holdings company, and then all of our team members really rounding out the full internal team. We've had and been very fortunate to partner with external team members as well that have really helped us get to where we are today. We've worked with Tilson Technology Company, and you'll hear more about them and more about BFT Communications, who are great partners that we've found along the way, again, that have really helped us get to hopefully realizing the goal of bringing broadband to the territories. The task force formulated a mission and vision. We identified the nation's needs and desires, identified the costs and funding sources. We've submitted multiple grant applications, and I'll talk about some of those today. And we've been fortunate and have been awarded funds to both engineer and design the network as well as construct the network. And we have recently finished the full engineering and design of our Cattaraugus territory. So we are moving towards the construction phase of the project. Next slide, please. So our mission was pretty simple. It was to provide high-speed broadband access to the Cattaraugus territory and Steenburg community, and that's been our focus from day one. In Cattaraugus, the population is about 2,700 people and over 1,200 homes. So it's going to make a significant difference in a lot of people's lives. Next slide, please. Here are some of the details of the Cattaraugus network. Will be, again, it's 52 miles, 1,200 residents. We have over 40 critical government and community buildings, dozens of commercial businesses. If anything, some of the commercial businesses and the government, we receive a signal through a T1 line, so we have some service, but it's extremely high cost, as most of you would know, and obviously not the bandwidth that we're looking for, and especially if we're looking to expand into the future. So this network, to give you a little bit of the scale, it encompasses 1,600 utility poles, and there's some underground construction that's tying in that network, so it is a pretty expansive network. We've completed the engineering and moving towards that construction phase. And next slide, please. For our Steenburg community, we're just beginning. We were awarded a grant to actually complete a high-level feasibility study. So we are in the process of putting out an RFP to select a company to work with us to provide service to this community, and you can see another 97 residences, and we have government and community facilities with no access. Next slide. This map, a little difficult to see, but this is our Cattaraugus territory, really just showing you again the expanse of the network. All of the fibers being color-coded essentially are a different number of fibers throughout the network. If you can see, there's two red dots, one in the center of the screen, one in the northwestern portion of the territory, and essentially those are HUT locations, which are centralized locations for our network, kind of the brains of the whole network. And essentially we've created two 10-gigabit rings that are going to create redundancy and reliability throughout the network. Essentially, if we lost one HUT, we would lose half the territory, and the other half the territory would still be able to maintain a signal. So we've built in a number of different redundancies like that. Next slide, please. This is just a zoomed slide of our interconnect. So this is where I mentioned that, you know, it's kind of sad how close the internet actually is. We're connecting to a cabinet with a partner, DFT, who's a local operator, and they're about a mile and a half off the territory. So there is service in the surrounding communities, but for whatever reason, that they've never come on territory. And so we've found a partner that's working with us. We're going to now tie into a cabinet where that's actually the point where we're pulling the light from, pulling the internet, and again, about a mile off territory. So it was a good partnership when we were able to locate this company, and we look forward to working with them. Next slide, please. This is our Steenberg community. Again, a little bit difficult to see in my screen anyway, but it's about 6 miles to the closest DFT connection point. So again, you have to have somewhere where you're going to pull the light from. I think that's something when you're starting these projects, you really want to go out there, start looking for partners, depending on your setup, that you may be able to pull that internet from. And obviously, the closer to your territories or your nations, the better off and the less expensive that'll be. Next slide, please. So some of the action items that we took on early on was our community and stakeholder engagement. Getting out there, really talking to the community. We had surveys that we released, putting things in the newsletter, but really just talking to people about, first of all, what were they doing today and what were future needs and desires as well. So we wanted to make sure that we were going to accommodate for really what people were trying to accomplish. And we had to look both within the government as well as the community to make sure that we were going to be really satisfying everybody's needs. We had to evaluate a number of different potential consultants and contractors. We'll talk about, again, a number of those. There's various technologies and manufacturers depending on the electronics primarily. There's a number of different electronic manufacturers out there. So being able to work with the different consultants and contractors to make sure that you're picking technologies that are going to accomplish, again, those goals. So we planned and designed the network. As I mentioned, we're now in our contracting phase. So as people who have done contracts know, that's one of, it can be a difficult item, but when you find the right partners, I think we've been able to manage that process pretty smoothly, and we're hoping to begin construction in the next couple months here, where we would begin construction on our cabinets, begin construction on the hut locations, and really starting to outfit them with the electronics. And then we'll talk more about the make-ready process and our actually hanging of the fiber as we get to that point. Next slide, please. So what we found was, again, we know there was a lack of information and communication services, and like people have talked about, and like I mentioned early on, not being able to work from home, not being able to complete the school assignments. It is an extreme problem right now. All of our schools in New York are in some remote fashion, at least in a hybrid model. None of the kids are at school full time. So they're at home 3 days a week, if not 5 days a week. And if you can't connect to the internet, it's virtually impossible to do that. No ability for the virtual medical care, and then just basic online internet access. Next slide, please. So these are all the partners in the next 2 slides. We couldn't fit them all on one slide, but all the logos of various partners, and then some of the accomplishments that I was going to mention that we've had so far throughout this process. But we've worked with internal organizations. Seneca Energy is the organization I work for, and our Seneca Solutions, our holdings company. But we partnered with the DFT, USDA. I'll talk more about the Reconnect One grant we were awarded, and we were awarded over $4.5 million to actually construct the network through the Reconnect One program. I believe we were one of 2 Native nations that were awarded, and we're very proud of that fact, and that obviously is going to help us quite a bit as we're building out this network. But we've worked with EDA, and then Tilson I mentioned. They are a great company broadband telecommunications company that has helped us immensely with our low-level engineering and design, and we are contracting with them actually for the construction phase of the project. So they've been really an up-and-coming, growing company for the last decade, and we've been extremely happy with their work, and we've developed, we think, a real state-of-the-art network. Next slide, please. More partners, BIA, Calix, our electronics manufacturer, FCC. We did apply for FCC 2.5 gigahertz licenses as well. It's something we're still really looking how we're going to incorporate into the network. I mean, we do believe there's emergency services, communication services that could be utilized even if we do look towards 5G in the future. So potentially that is an overlay on top of our fiber network as well. The first point, designating Seneca Telecom as a competitive local exchange carrier, that's something that a designation that you need. It's called a CLEC in order to really do business, at least in New York State, to do business with the different utilities. And because New York State has no jurisdiction over the Seneca Nation, this was just an example of where the Seneca Nation was able to designate Seneca Telecom, which is a Seneca Nation entity, as a CLEC, and then we are being recognized as such by all the different utilities out there. So we are applying, we've applied for our pole attachment licenses, and we basically get a CLEC number from the utilities. So I think just an example of how definitely with the sovereignty and jurisdictional advantages that we can have with some of those things. We've applied for a distance learning grant where we are going to create a computer lab on both of our territories where students can go and adults can go as well for continued education. I mentioned the high-level feasibility. And then probably the biggest lead time item is the pole attachment and make-ready process. So I do have a couple slides where I'll talk more in depth about that. And then finally, entering into the construction and testing certification contracts, where that's sort of the final check mark, where we'll have a company actually reading the scans from the tests that Tilson does in the field. We'll have a third party as a final verification at the end of the day. Next slide, please. So I mentioned planning for future needs. I mean, it seems obvious, but I think especially with broadband, because in most cases, we're looking at communities that have nothing at all. You know, we may not be looking 20 years down the road because of all the needs that we have today. And I think it's just important to be thinking about the growth, whether it's residential, commercial, government. I know at the Seneca Nation, the growth that's taken place over the last decade has been extensive. And if we see growth like that in the next decade, we want to make sure that we're building out a fiber network that's going to be able to sustain that, that's going to be able to provide people the service that we're expecting. Economic development is huge. We think it's a key ingredient, you know, to really bring economic development to the territory. We have plenty of conversations with companies, and it's probably one of the first questions. I think how the cost of electric, and then if you know your broadband capabilities are probably two of the biggest questions that we get. And then future lease opportunities. This is basically additional bandwidth or additional fibers throughout the network that you could lease to either a utility or another telecommunications company, and it is another revenue opportunity. So you want to build that into your network design to make sure that you have some dark fibers that could be leased out in the future or that you could use if needed. So you need to determine routes and strand counts, and I showed you that map that was kind of all color-coded, but essentially there's different fiber strands running through all of those areas based off population or based off needs. There's gaps in the electrical system from time to time, so you have to do either place poles or you have to engineer an underground construction method to get from point A to B. And we identified and actually engineered entrances in and out of all of those critical facilities I'd mentioned. And then Tilson went out and actually did pole field surveys for us for our Make-Ready application. So essentially, they went out to all 1,600 of those poles and took pictures, took measurements of the wires, essentially trying to figure out where will be placed on the pole and how much cost will be associated with that. So because actually, if you go to the next slide, I think the Make-Ready. One more, please. After our independent survey, you essentially submit applications to the utility. They're going to send out and do their own survey. They're going to go out, they're going to take pictures and measure out the wires on the poles. They're essentially looking for sag of the line. Like in our case, we're in a high snow belt, so ice sag is going to be the biggest thing. They actually account for, I think it's almost up to 6 feet in a worst case scenario that our line could sag. So we have to make sure that we're not going to sag into an electric line, or we're going to sag into another telecommunications line, or whatever else it might be. But that's essentially what they're out there looking at. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to either replace poles, and this is going to be a cost that's going to be a project cost. You're replacing utility poles, or you might be moving wires on poles. And that's all going to be based off the survey that the utility ultimately does. And so we're in that process now. The utility is out there on territory. They've surveyed probably about 75% of our poles. And we've had some initial conversations on costs, but we haven't really narrowed that down yet. So in the near future, we will be getting what they call a make-ready cost. You essentially pay for that up front. We're expecting it could be anywhere from $700,000 to $2 million. It's a pretty big wild card because you don't necessarily know. It is up to the utility. You're kind of at their mercy on that one a little bit. But the reason we went out and did our own surveys in the beginning is that we have the engineering, we have our own survey that if the utility came back to us with a cost that we felt was too high, we could basically fight them and negotiate, I guess I should say, with them and try to bring those costs down to a more manageable level, or maybe they take on some of the costs, because we do know that in our areas, a lot of times the electric system might not be fully up to date. It might not have been updated recently. Rural communities, Native American lands. So, in our case, we can say that there has not been a lot of work. So we do expect, a relatively high cost on the make-ready just to get the poles up to basically the specs where you can actually hang the fiber. So when we get that, again, I would say for your project, the make-ready pole attachments is going to be your longest lead time item. It's something you really need to get started as soon as possible. And then it is going to be one of your largest cost items. In our case, it could be a third of the project is going to be pole attachment make-ready costs. Next slide, please. So I mentioned we're going to create 2 10-gigabit rings, and some of the reasons why. The construction in 2 months will be on the huts and the cabinets. Again, some of the underground construction. And then our hope is if the make-ready construction can take place, we're moving at a pretty good clip. The utility, in our instance, the utility will be doing the work. Sometimes they will have a third party doing the work, or you will have to go source a third party to do the work. So that varies due to timing and cost. For us, it's going to make sense to just have the utility go out there and do their construction. So then we will be basically behind them hanging the fiber. Once the make-ready construction is done, we'll be able to go back, do our final construction, hang the fiber, and essentially connect to all of the huts and cabinets that we've constructed on the front end of the project. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the Reconnect One funds. Seneca is making a pretty large appropriation as well. In Cattaraugus, we're talking about a $7 million network. We did receive $4.5 million from Reconnect One. So Seneca Nation is appropriating additional funds to basically make it happen. Mentioned Tilson again, and would definitely recommend looking them up, Calix and DFT. The business structure, to talk about how we're setting our network up, it's a little bit unique. So we are not going to be the service provider. Seneca Nation, Seneca Telecommunications will be owning the outside plant. We'll basically own everything from that point of connection throughout the network to the NID, it's called, network interface device on the home or in the home. And then DFT, the operator that we partnered with, they are going to be the service provider who actually provides the service itself, but who's doing the billing, who's basically customer service, and all of those types of tasks as well. So we thought, we did a lot of modeling financially, and for us it didn't make sense today to build out the full operation of the network. I mean, we, quite frankly, would be underwater for a substantial amount of time, and the nation would be subsidizing that initiative. So the route we took was essentially to lease out the bandwidth to DFT. That's going to be based off the total number of subscribers, and we're doing a split of the revenue. We feel that this is going to turn profit for us. So essentially, we'll be able to reinvest in the network. The lease fees will be able to cover the O&M, and then there would still be additional revenue in a few short years after even getting back our initial investment. So for us, this was going to be the best way to go about it. At the same time, we want to take on as many roles as we can. We want to train as many Seneca members to become splicers, become line workers, and be able to be out in the field technicians. So we will be working with our partner to do some sort of apprentice type program where we can learn and hopefully take on tasks as much as we can into the future. But our initial setup is primarily a lease setup where they're paying on, it'll be a quarterly or annual lease, and that'll cover the cost of the network. Next slide, please. One more. Actually, if you hit it 2 more times, please. This is our 2 computer labs, essentially going from, you can see the top computer, and that's kind of where we're at. Hopefully, we'll be looking a lot more like the bottom Apple MacBook Pros. But we have ordered numerous computers, 60 computers. And if we are awarded this grant, we will order more computers, smart TVs, iPads. We're looking at different curriculum for both adults and K through 12 for supplemental learning, but just giving people a place where they can go. And we know bringing the internet is sort of the biggest and most important thing, but the next piece is having connected devices where people can actually get on the internet. Just having access is first and foremost, but now we're starting to look at phase 2 of making sure people are able to utilize the network that we're bringing. I think that's my last slide. So thank you. I appreciate it, and it's an exciting project. We look forward to hopefully this time next year, I guess I should say that. That's our goal, to have the network lit by the end of 2021. So it's a relatively quick project, and it's going to make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Anthony. And at this time, we'll go ahead and open for questions. Operator, will you please provide the instructions?
Thank you, Stephanie. I sure will. If you would like to ask a question, please press star 1. Please unmute your phone and record your name clearly when prompted. Your name is required to introduce your question. To withdraw your request, press star 2. And speakers, 1 moment for the first question.
Am I going to get lucky? No questions?
Doesn't look like we have any in queue so far. Again, if you would like to ask a question, please press star 1.
I'll go ahead and kick us off, Anthony, while we're waiting for everyone to think of their questions. You talked about the role of your how you anticipate making revenue off of this new network and how that informed choices around your business model and the partnerships that you have sought out and compiled for this project. Can you talk a little bit more, perhaps, about that process, that decision making, and how you determined what your return on investment horizon might be, or some of the inputs that went into the decisions around the revenue sharing agreement?
Sure. Yeah, we basically looked at 2 models. Looked at if we were to build out the full organization or if we were to do more of this lease model. Essentially, building out the organization, as you can imagine, I mean, the overhead that it took, the number of people and really the processes that would have to be put in place from the ground up was a pretty big undertaking. So when we looked at that versus the model and the lease model where it is really day one, we're essentially bringing revenue in. It sort of made it an easy decision for us in the initial term to do it this way. I think DFT having the ability and the fact that they do this every day was a big driver for us too, because we want to make sure that we're providing the best service. So it wasn't all financial. We want to make sure we're providing the best service for people as well. And I think we know we have tried a small wireless project in the past, and with the service was like 2 megabits per second. So we did not have a lot of success with that one. And we think that bringing somebody who can come in, we're going to be able to offer the speeds of up to 500 megabits per second, up and down, and plans that can be offered at $50 a month, where if we rolled it out on our own, the costs were potentially going to be higher to our end customers to really try and offset a lot of the costs that we would have been taking on.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions on the phone?
We do. The first question comes from Ralph Brown. Ralph, your line is open.
Thank you, and thank you for the great presentation, Anthony. I just had a really simple question. Who's the electric utility provider in this area?
Yep. It's National Grid.
Oh, thank you.
They're out here in the Northeast.
Thank you. Do we have another question? It looks like we have a question on the chat. I'll jump in real quick. How many inhabitants and households will this project connect? Does Seneca Energy have any other areas to cover, and would you consider other technology than wired fiber?
So in Cattaraugus, we'll be connecting about 1,200 homes, and in Steenberg, it's going to be about 100. It is primarily fiber, although there is one section of our Cattaraugus territory that we can't reach with fiber. It just was too expensive to really get there. It's a pretty remote area of the territory. So we are implementing a Wi-Fi wireless solution, so a fixed wireless where we will basically be utilizing 2 towers that we do already have. We'll be installing a 70-foot pole and bouncing signal from basically one to the other and providing pretty high speeds, up to, I believe, 50 megabits per second in that area off of fixed wireless.
Thank you. Do we have another question on the phone?
Yes, we do. It comes from Mike Willman. Mike, your line is open.
Yeah, hi. This question I was wanting to ask any of the other previous speakers, but maybe you can answer based on what you know with the 2.5 gigahertz auction that's been previously closed. Some folks wound up getting some grants for some feasibility studies. I'm wondering if you anticipate any additional funding that would support build-out for wireless networks.
Well, I don't know if I'll let some of the others talk about it, but I could tell you that I know there are some programs out there that would, I know Reconnect 3, for example, is a program under the USDA that's coming out, and that was another $500 million. So, again, we were awarded under Reconnect 1. We applied for a portion of the network that we had left off of our initial application. We did apply under Reconnect 2. There's a third round coming, so that would be one. You can implement fiber or fixed wireless. They just have some different, you have to hit certain speeds, so as long as you're offering a 25 megabit per second speed, it could be a fixed wireless option. So I know of that one, but I don't know specific to like the FCC with 2.5 gigahertz. You probably have to ask some of the previous speakers.
Yeah, so our keynote speakers from earlier today are no longer available for questions. However, we do have a panel coming up later this afternoon that provides an overview of federal funding programs. And then tomorrow, USDA, some of our colleagues from USDA will be going into greater detail specifically on the rural development funding programs that are available. And I'd also like to call all of your attention to the tribal listening session that we have scheduled for Thursday afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Eastern as part of the same conference. We welcome you to continue to raise these issues and include these ideas at that time as well. I have another question, I think, on the chat for you, Anthony. Were you able to participate in the 2.5 gigahertz tribal spectrum window, and if so, what do you plan to use of the spectrum?
Yep. So I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Were you able to participate in 2.5 in the window, and if so, what do you plan to use?
Yep. All right. We did apply, so we did submit applications for all of the bands in both territories. The Allegheny Territory was wide open. There was nobody subscribed or nobody had that license, and again, in Cattaraugus, there was somebody that had one of the licenses, but we went for the other two, and then we went for an overlay license for the third. I think there's a couple options. For Steenberg, we could utilize 2.5 to be the main, instead of going with fiber, we could go 2.5 and just use that to basically broadcast the broadband. With fiber being about 6 miles away, we'll have to kind of look at costs and really the network design, and I guess ultimately the bandwidth and speeds we'll be able to get depending on which route we took. But we also see emergency services, communication services. We have a very active fire hall in Cattaraugus, especially as the fire department responds to surrounding communities as well. So they're constantly utilizing emergency types of communications where we think there could be some uses in the future.
Great, thank you. Do we have another question on the phone?
Yes, we do. It comes from Rochelle. Rochelle, your line is open.
Hi there. I also just put this in the chat. So just what I was hoping to find out was a little bit more about how the two networks are going to help your public safety and emergency management coordination and communications, and how it's going to improve coordination with neighboring jurisdictions.
Yep. Well, right now we have a very strong emergency management system and department. I can't speak to it too much, to be honest. It's kind of outside of my purview a little bit, but they are able to tap into the network, and basically we're providing hardline speeds where it's enhancing their technical capabilities. So I don't know specifics on some of the management systems that they use or some of the communication systems that they use. I know they do have dedicated frequencies as well, specifically for emergency management. But ultimately, with this type of network, when we're with fiber, you're bringing such a reliable speeds and such significant speeds that you're just going to be upgrading those types of systems. I think reliability is probably first and foremost.
Thank you. Do we have another question on the phone?
Our next question comes from Drew. Your line is open.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Anthony. You answered most of my question, I think, when you talked about the Reconnect grants, but my question was, were you able to rely for grants and financial backing through primarily that grant, or did you have to sort of put a bunch of them together in order to get to where you needed?
That's a good question. We are putting them together for sure. So originally we were awarded an EDA grant actually for our engineering and design. So that was a couple $100,000 for our low-level design where we hired Tilson originally. We have Reconnect One is a big portion of the network, but because we didn't have full network, we weren't sure if there was certain areas of the territory we would even be able to get to. We didn't include them in our original PFSA for Reconnect One, so we did have a carve-out that we applied for Reconnect Two. There is actually a third section of the network, which is another small section that is still being funded by the Seneca Nation, so we have looked at potentially additional funding sources for that. And finally, we've even recently received the IEED award in Steenberg for the feasibility study out there. So there's been 3 different agencies that we've been awarded funds through, and over $5 million basically for different phases of the project.
Thank you.
Our next question comes from Elliot. Your line is open.
Hi, just wanted to find out if the technology is a gigabit passive optical network.
It is. GPON is a GPON network. Thank you for asking. So essentially we're going point to multi-point, and everybody is essentially a home run back to one of those 2 hut locations.
And I guess you're using like optical splitters?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And they are all in the hut, so none of the splitters would be out in the field. Some of the networks now, they'll put those out in the field, so all of ours would be in the hut. So again, bringing everybody's run right back to one of the central locations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And our last question comes from Andrew. Andrew, your line is open.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned, Anthony, connecting a number of small businesses, and I was just curious, without a network currently, if you knew how or if those businesses were using or connecting to the internet, and what their needs and expectations for services might be once that network is built out.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of different things going on. Some people have no service whatsoever if they're a smaller shop or a smaller business. There are others that have T1 lines. So I think the larger businesses, they are receiving some sort of signal. Generally, it's a T1 line, so there would be like a copper line coming in. The biggest downside to that is just cost. They could be paying thousands versus hundreds. So that's with the larger, and then again, you have some that just are making do with basically nothing, or there is satellite, which would work partial times of the year. I mean, with foliage and trees, again, you're either dealing with extreme high cost or pretty low results. As far as what they need in the future, we're going to offer up to 500 megabits per second. So there's different packages on the digital phone line. Digital phone lines, I mean, really, this is one of the advantages of going with DFT. The offerings are substantial, and that's where we wouldn't have been able to offer the same types of programs, we wouldn't have really been able to offer the same things that we can through DFT. So I think that's what that partnership is really bringing to us, where there's whatever really that we're building a network that is going to satisfy the needs of everybody out there with the speeds that we're going to be able to offer for costs that are pretty reasonable. And I'd say even below market for, call it a 50 megabit per second is going to be, it's 100 megabit per second is your minimum speed for $50. So it's a pretty good price point, $50 a month.
Thank you. We have another question on the chat real quick. It's from Gregory. 1,200 homes for $7 million is a high price. For new areas, would Seneca consider a wireless option, not a simple fixed wireless, if it can provide speeds higher than 150 Mbps and would be 50% cheaper than the current network?
Would we? Probably not. We're going to be building out the fiber network at this point. So we think there's advantages to that. We've tried the Wi-Fi thing, but I think it could work, I think, with the right technologies. But for us, fiber's the fit. Cost, it is substantial, but you're talking about 52 miles being obviously native nations, sometimes the land being spread out and having to kind of encompass that whole area does bring costs. I think that's the downside. That's why we're in the situation we're in today, because there's high costs associated with building out these fiber networks. I think the bottom line is what people should be really looking at is bringing fiber. Fiber is the gold standard, and if they can get that, I think that's where they'd be the most, probably most beneficial for them long term.
Thank you. I think that is our last question on the chat. Are there any other questions on the phone?
Stephanie, there's no additional questions in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, in that case, everyone, I think we'll go ahead and give ourselves a break. We will return here promptly at 1:45 for a presentation from NTIA on developing a broadband roadmap and developing smart and resilient tribal lands.
Welcome back from break. I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Stephanie Henning.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, everyone, for coming back and joining us again for this next portion of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. I'd like to turn it over now to my colleague and friend, Jean Rice, Senior Broadband Specialist with Broadband USA at NTIA. Take it away, Jean.
Oh, great. Thanks so much, Stephanie. Hello, and I wanted to welcome everyone here to the panel that we're having today on developing a broadband roadmap and smart and resilient tribal lands. I'm Jean Rice, as she said, and I'm so happy to be with you. It's really an honor to be part of this Tribal Broadband Summit, and I want to send a big thank you to Stephanie and BOI for setting up this summit, and my colleagues from IMLS, USDA, Department of Education, and FCC for their work on planning this event. Today's webinar is going to focus on how to plan for bringing broadband to your tribal lands and how to ensure that those plans include how to build in smart technologies and resiliency. Next slide, please. Next slide. Going forward in this panel. First, speaking will be Andrea Alexander, who's president of Tribal Technology Training, and she has worked diligently over the years to bring broadband to tribal areas in Washington State, and she now sits on a state panel that provides funds for broadband planning. She also has worked on broadband through her work with the Technology Committee of the Affiliated Tribe of Northwest Indians. She has been an unfailing champion of the benefits of broadband. We have Greg Gardner, who's the Director of Technology for Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. Greg managed a major build of fiber out from underneath the VTOP program. It took a master of IT as well as an understanding of instruction and the ability to be flexible. And I know Greg will remember this because he had to bring in the biggest machine I have ever seen to go through the rock near Pyramid Lake. He's also been instrumental in the tribe's adoption of new technologies. And then we'll also have Josh Snow, who's the president of Trace Fiber Networks. Josh has a strong background in telephone and telecommunications, which he brought to the Chickasaw Nation as they developed a plan for a middle-mile network and the standing up of a telecom authority, Trace Fiber. Josh worked on developing the roadmap and performing financial statements for the network and has overseen the construction and the use of the network. I have to say I have worked periodically and talked with these speakers over the years, and I have to say that I hold them in great esteem, and I don't think you have better people to have to gain insights from. Next slide, please. To start the conversation, I wanted to provide an overview of planning for broadband, smart tech, and resiliency. The key is to think about what is important about a roadmap and where do you want to go to. For example, Butte Tribe, which is based near Dinosaur National Park in Utah, which is a beautiful location but very remote, have basically a homework gap. So the tribe developed a plan to provide fiber to government buildings to make Wi-Fi available to tribal members. The need for students to get broadband was really apparent when they were just setting up the antennas to test them, and all of a sudden many cars were coming around because word of mouth, they found out that there was going to be internet connectivity. It just showed how important it was, and as you work through a roadmap, you'll see whether it's important of getting the actual network to the home or to businesses or to the government buildings and public safety, or whether it's kind of the training aspect of it and how to use it and workforce development. Next slide, please. Overall, there are many goals to broadband, and some of them are very important for education and health, as well as economic workforce training, looking at how to include and improve people's businesses in terms of letting others know about what's available, in terms of taking a look at themselves with how do we make decision-making, government review, just a whole host of things that broadband can be a foundation for. Clearly, it won't be the only answer, but it is a key piece of the puzzle. Next slide, please. You know, in addition to looking at connectivity for government and homes and businesses, it's important to consider what smart applications will help your community. So, for example, smart agriculture. Farmers who are having plants, they could maybe save water. They could save on fertilizer by using smart technologies. For animals, they can have wearables that can improve their health over time. Just important to think about these applications as you go by. It may be not the first stage of your plan, but it may be one of the stages as you go through. Next slide, please. You know, NTIA has worked on a number of big projects over the years and have worked with tribes as well as local governments and state governments. And what we have done is we've kind of looked at what are the best practices and lessons learned and how did people complete it, you know, from those who were most successful, kind of like we heard from the Seneca tribe and others you'll be hearing about from today. And we came up with these major 6 steps to think about in a roadmap. Your first step, of course, which is setting up a team. That's key because that's a team who kind of has the vision and helps work through the process all the way through to the end. The second step is assessing resources. Now, resources can include both physical resources like your public safety towers, your water towers, other things, you know, conduit, anything that might be available to be used for putting in broadband. It also means your computer centers, your tribal libraries, your tribal colleges, others who have resources that can help the whole community utilize broadband to its fullest extent. The next is to engage local stakeholders. And that's a way to kind of test what is it you need. As the homes, do the veterans need additional broadband for telehealth? Does the Head Start need a connection? You know, all of the kind of stakeholders that you want to look at, what do they need? And in the process, it's sometimes easy to find your partner, and that could be the college or a library, or it could be a private partner such as a middle mile provider or an internet provider. And then the fourth step is to evaluate technology options. So, for example, there's so many people, I guess hundreds of tribes now have applied for the 2.5 gigahertz. They'll be planning and looking at the technology options, not just the technology, but what kind of redundancy is needed in the network. Are there places where they need to do different kinds of microwave backhaul or fiber backhaul? You know, all of those kind of issues when you look at your technology options as you go forward. The fifth step is selecting an organizational model. You know, there's a whole host of organizational models tribes have used, from the IT department to setting up a tribal authority or using a utility authority to working with a private partner in a whole variety of ways. So those are just, you know, things to think about and make conscious decisions on what would be best based on the resources and capabilities of your community. And the last step is to make a project plan. Next slide, please. This is very important because this is where you kind of look at where did your assessment take you, where do you want to go, and what are the costs for construction and operation? What are your financing options, and how do you want to make it? How do you make it a sustainable option? Now, for example, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority has a huge expanse of tribal land to cover and has worked on a phase approach, and they have received funding from BTOP, USDA, the FCC, and the state of Arizona. I might mention, be sure to look at what state funding is available. And, you know, while you're starting here, I want to mention that it doesn't just end when you finish your plan. You have to kind of keep it updated. Next slide, please. The group I work with, Broadband USA, we have a number of resources on it. You can get federal funding, find out where the federal funding sources are. You can also, we have a state broadband leaders network and give you all the contacts for the state if you want different states around the U.S. to see if they have any funding that might be available to you. We have we have a toolkit on planning. We have one on stakeholder engagement and a whole host of things like implementing networks and partnerships that you might find helpful. We also do technical assistance on planning, so feel free to reach out to us and be happy to talk to you and work with you on it. Next slide, please. That's kind of the overview, and in it we're now going to hear kind of like from the ground up what Andrea, Greg, and Josh have learned from their own experiences. So let me turn it over to Andrea Alexander, the President of Tribal Technology Training. Andrea?
Yeah, thank you, Jane. Good morning, everybody. My name's Andrea Alexander. I'm a Makah tribal member. I live in the Seattle area right now. I run a nonprofit called Tribal Technology Training. I'm on the board of a Washington state organization called CURB, and we'll learn more about that later. Next slide, please. A lot of us have been working on access to technology for about 20 years. And it's been, I think, a real challenge for our rural isolated communities because the cost to connect is so expensive. So we're really embracing the idea to reduce the state and policy barriers that are affecting us. And now that we have the COVID crisis, I think people better understand why we need to embrace community-driven broadband and technology development. The solutions have to be at the local level. We're not going to have anybody march in and help us at this point because we've got to just figure out in our own community how we'll do it. As you can see, my reservation is located on the most northwestern tip of the United States, so there's a lot of barriers to getting us connected. So we're really working with each community to make sure that they have a workaround. The hardest thing for the tribes, I think, to get going was there just wasn't really dedicated funding for tribal organizations to support broadband planning. And if we really think about the development process in community economic development, broadband is just like any other infrastructure. It's like planning your sewer, your water main, your energy systems. You have to have funding for broadband planning in place, and that's something that was missing for a long time. And obviously, the reason why we know we need that is because when the money comes down the pipeline, you have to be project ready to build out and implement the plan that meets your community. Next slide, please. This is in Neah Bay, but we call this hole in the wall. This is out on our coastline, and there's a lot of gaps in technology in the United States. And on the reservation, we only have one provider, CenturyLink, and they're only serving certain homes. And I think that's a lot of the same story for all the coastal tribes. So one of the things that we're doing right now in our state is really encouraging people to run local speed tests so that we can challenge and update the maps and coverage. We have to have that from a global perspective to make sure that we're getting the resources and telling the full story of what is and what is not available. And then the other thing, it's really important to support tribal IT staff And because one of the problems is they have to run the day-to-day system for your tribal government and your current needs, but how do they find the time and the resources and the money to increase the coverage to a lot of reservations, for example, don't have full internet to the home. So that's always a big problem. Next slide. When we talked about the mapping data, every state has a different system for doing it. I know that Kansas, the state of Kansas, had devoted $300,000 about a couple of years ago to develop a statewide plan. With our new legislation in our state, we have a new broadband director, Russ Elliott, who is working to update our mapping, but that really needs to be driven locally so that, you can gain the resources to figure out the coverage. Next slide. I'm a Native entrepreneur, and one of the things that's really missing is having a lot of our small business people at the table when we're planning for coverage. I think it's really important. These are some of the local fishermen and artists in our community that in fishing communities, this is how they make their living, and they have to market here. So with the COVID pandemic, it's really important that we have the tools ready to help our entrepreneurs, not just the tribal government, but also the entrepreneurs that are located in the community, in our region, to connect and market their goods and services. Next slide. I'm on the board of the Community Economic Revitalization Board of the state of Washington, and it's been an agency that provides grants and loans for rural economic development in the state of Washington. It's based on a private-public model, and recently the legislator provided funding for us to give broadband planning grants out. Next slide. At this point, I believe we've awarded over 9 planning grants. There's 29 tribes in the state of Washington. So I'm going to highlight a few of the examples. The Jamestown Sklallam tribe received a grant. Although they're on the main highway, Highway 101, they have a great location for their casino. They just finished a hotel, and they're located in Sequim, Washington. They still weren't getting the coverage. So we were able to give them the funding to erect a tower that connected all the places. And so they wanted it to be beautiful and aesthetic. So this is a tower disguised as a tree. So I think I just love that model. I think there's a lot of creative things you can do. And one of the things why this was successful is they worked with the local sheriff's office, the emergency management folks, to make sure everybody in the region's connected, because we're in a sensitive earthquake and tsunami zone. Next slide. Another stellar project that's just amazing that we've given a couple of planning grants to and also construction funding is the Nisqually Indian tribe, who developed their own IT department and construction company to hire local people to lay down the fiber that was missing. And what's ironic about Nisqually is they're located in Thurston County. That is the capital of the state of Washington. So a lot of the people on the CURB board that work for the state live in areas that aren't covered. So it's pretty ironic that the Nisqually is writing to save the local community that doesn't have connections. So we just awarded, in our board meeting last week, another planning grant for them to increase their services to another area. Now they're serving the non-native community that surrounds their reservation in Yelm, Washington. So they partnered with Redline, a company whose CEO used to work at Wave Communications, a private company. He was able to bring his knowledge to the table for the tribe, and now they're also sharing this knowledge and helping other tribes set up their training programs on putting down that fiber. And that is really, really important for them to be able to have the fiber to connect to local ISPs, internet service providers in the area. So, you know, when we're talking about planning, we have to make sure everybody's at the table. They have the support of the local community, the local ISPs, and all the jurisdictions, so that there's that political will to make things happen. Next slide. One of the things that's really important to do that I really work hard on is to make sure that we're networking and including all the tribes at the table. We want everybody to come to our meetings, our events, because we have to share this information. This is a new area for a lot of the tribes to get into telecommunication, and it's really, really needed. So it's really good to have different tribal planners or economic development people talking to each other. And how did you do this? How were you able to get the decision through your tribal council? You know, how were you able to work through your state? Did you have to lobby your legislature? You know, who are the people at the table? How can we increase that? We also are really committed to doing line of stakeholder groups so that we have a successful passage of policies and legislation to advance progress of community-driven technology. So, you know, at CURB, we provide grants to Native and non-Native communities that need to work together at the local level. We also work with Washington State University. A colleague, Monica Babin, is a great resource that provides technical assistance. And she was able to go around the state and organize what we call broadband action teams. And those teams have been successful in bringing all the players to the table to solve complex problems. One interesting project was over in the Spokane area where they set up a fire camp so that when we have our fires out there, they have the technology set up when they're setting up their emergency camps. And so that access to communication in a critical emergency is really important, as we see right now. Next slide. I think it's really, really important that we, as Native people, are doing a better job of supporting development of our technology workforce. And we need, why? Because we need more of our tribal members getting into the IT business. They need to be the ones that are updating your website. They need to be the ones that are networking your systems. So how are we able to leverage those programs? And I think that's a really big challenge right now in our state. We have a very active digital equity movement. They're working on new legislation to make sure that the grassroots people, the veterans, the low income have access to technology in the way of delivering digital training and also giving out laptops and making sure that people that need to be connected, need school or need health, are connected. And that's another grant that I'm working on right now, is our digital equity grant. We're also want to highlight successful models that develop wraparound services for workforce development and student achievement. How can we do a better job of training our kids that are going to help them get into careers in the technology industry, which are very lucrative and very well needed? I just would give anything to have, you know, a team of young tech-savvy people that I can deploy out in my community to serve the people that are isolated, not connected in the pandemic. Next slide. Well, that concludes it. This is a fishing boat. As I said, we're proud fishermen from Neah Bay, and we live on where the Pacific Ocean, the Straits of Juan de Fuca meet. And I really thank everybody for their efforts in advancing tribal technology, community-driven technology. I think we need to continue to support one another, to encourage our federal partners to coordinate their funding resources so that we can see more graceful planning and deployment of community-based technology. And so that's all I have for today, and I thank you so much for your time.
Andrea, great insights and some great success stories. So thanks so much. I was wondering, what types of people or what kind of groups would you say should be on a planning team?
When our broadband action team with WSU, those teams involve the entire community. I think I saw Henry Kege on this team. We would like to have every tribe, I think, that's been successful, like my tribe, has a tribal technology team that's made up of the different departments of the stakeholders. So that involved the school, Northwest Indian College, in the example of Lummi, their economic development director, Teresa, Henry Kege from the Tribal Council, their consultants, their IT department, their emergency management services, the casino. All those stakeholders need to be at the table because, as we know, on the reservation, a lot of our departments are run in silos by themselves, and so you have to have that planning. Oh, and don't forget your housing. Housing is really, really important, and I think that's where everybody's struggling the most, and we're seeing a lot of success of having the homes connected. I think Lummi and Nisqually just lit up their homes for the kids in this pandemic because of education. So I think if you have those people at the table, you're going to succeed. Thank you, Jean.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much. Okay, next up is Greg Gardner, who is the Director of Technology for the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. Next slide, please. Greg, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experiences and what you're thinking people should look at for broadband planning. Greg?
Thank you, Jean. So I hope everyone can hear me right now. Good afternoon, good morning, depending. We're right on the cusp. So my first slide, this is kind of like deja vu, and it's because I think it's so important. You need to focus on what Jean was talking about on the roadmap, and I just kind of listed them out here again. It pretty much will give you all the tools and explain examples and things like that on how to get funding and build your community technology out. And that document is very long. You could take a whole day to go through all these items, so I'll just leave it for you. But this is something you need to print out and constantly refer to because it'll answer all your questions in terms of your approach. Next slide, please. So I'm kind of following up. Who are the stakeholders? I just kind of listed out pretty much everybody I've brought in any of our grant applications. It depends on where your community is, and how remote, which ones will be more applicable. But you need to really kind of go under every rock to look for people who can help you. It's not just ideas; it's also people know people, and you'd be surprised where you can get a lot of your resources and information from. Next slide, please. So choosing technologies, that's the big one. On the first item, this basically covers most of it. It doesn't mean you have to implement all of it, but this technology is rapidly changing right now, and you need to really consider it on all levels, from the practical level to the technology level to the resource level and to the needs of the stakeholders. So one thing I did want to point out in this is, if you're looking at video streaming, well, obviously remote education, telemedicine are elements of that, but also a lot of people in the rural tribal communities are getting, probably have satellite television. That's a huge resource for you because the technology now has moved to streaming, and it's pretty effective. I use both at the moment. I'm testing out both. And a lot of people are cutting the cable, as they say. And it's very expensive running satellites. And if you can move those customers to the broadband, that's a good resource for revenue streams. You need to develop your partnerships between private business on the outside, and that includes your IT companies and the tribal government. It's just it's going to be very difficult without doing that. And you might say, well, there's no businesses out here. Well, you just got to keep looking. There could be businesses 2 miles away that have an interest in expanding into your area with IT services. And then, of course, the big thing for the team to do is where is the money coming from? So you have your implementation, which is to build out not just the money, but who's going to do it. Resources available for sustainability. It's not enough to just build a network. You've got to keep operating it. You've got to keep maintaining the equipment, and you might even have to replace equipment, and that can get expensive. And then the resources available for growth. So let's say you decide to do part of a project like the Navajo is so huge, the reservation, that they can do areas at a time. So you kind of create your roadmap on moving forward. Don't try to do everything at once. And then that just comes down to who can build it, who can operate it, and who will be connected. And those are the things that the team has to focus on. And then lastly, reliability and robustness analysis. You need to know how reliable is this network going to be from both a resource on a revenue and a personnel standpoint. And then the robustness. Can you have redundancy? What if you have a point of failure at one spot? How are you going to handle it? And these are questions that you don't have to be technologically savvy to ask. Everybody at any level in the team can ask these questions. Next slide, please. One thing you got to be aware of, and this comes a lot, especially if you're going out on your own or you're not using federal funding, is, but even if you are, investment in the deployment of a network in a rural area will probably never pay for itself. There's probably no banks that would ever loan on this. That's why it's difficult to locate private company investment. But there's other ways you can get private companies to invest. They can invest people. They can invest other resources. And so you've got to kind of not necessarily say look for the obvious, but pursue these stakeholders, and then find out. You'll be surprised that there's actually something that both can benefit from with the network. And that's the combination of government grants are going to be most likely your source. Therefore, you need the roadmap, because when you write your grant application, those are the elements that the readers will be looking for in your narratives, as well as your documentation. And one thing you got to be careful of is, let's say you're saying, well, we need to build something. So we're going to go ahead and just put up a wireless network that reaches, and it kind of does the job. Now, this might disqualify you from future federal funding. You need to know the disqualification parameters, which typically have to do with the availability of broadband in the area. So it's kind of like almost an all or none aspect. You either go for an excellent network, or you piecemeal it, and then it becomes complicated in terms of getting future funding if the area is within the same map. So just be aware of those things. They're in the NOFAs, and so you can find that information. And that follows, then you got to know what the requirements are for the build-out of the new network and what their requirements are. And this is pretty straightforward information in terms of what's in the NOFA, but just be aware of that, because that does impact the type of technology you'll be deploying. And my recommendation is you go for the maximum performance, because it'll last you the longest. Fiber is obviously the top of the line. Is fiber the only solution? No. your rural area, there could be physical problems, barriers, especially if, and those are unique situations. And a lot of the roadmap will have examples of how different applicants have dealt with those issues. But I would recommend go for the best you can. Don't say we're going to build this as cheap as possible. Go for your maximum revenue and build the best network you can. Next slide, please. Resiliency. There's always going to be changes and issues that come up in your planning, either before the application or during the application or after the grant's been awarded. Loss of key stakeholders, it happens. So if you lose somebody who's been really key, how do you deal with it? Well, it's important in your team to share responsibilities and be aware of what other stakeholders are involved in. And a lot of tribes are going to have to wear, people are going to have to wear different hats at different times. That's just something that's going to probably come up. And then the concept of ownership. You have to be careful with saying, I want to own this. If it's a grant funding, the federal government owns it, which the tribe does for periods of time. But the aspect of ownership has a cost, and that becomes who owns all the equipment, and the stuff becomes who pays for maintaining it. And so it can be very expensive to own something, as everyone knows. If you own a car, it costs you money. Robustness. Your stakeholders are everybody, basically, in the community. The users, as well as different departments, clinics, et cetera, as I listed earlier. So the robustness means, can my network be flexible? Can I add people? Can I add buildings? Can I add this? How expensive is that going to be? So that's one aspect of robustness. Another is the management of the system. If a company decides let's say you have a company operating your network. Well, you need to try to, as Andrea pointed out, try to build an internal capability, but it's not easy in rural areas. Once people get very well trained, they might go to a very good job in the city. So you've got to constantly be aware that these things can change, and that's the robustness. Is what's your plan if this changes? Inclusion of future growth plan. It's not enough just to build the network and what can it do, but what is it going to do in the future? Always look ahead. Not something you really have to worry about too much in the application, but it's something as a team you should be aware of. And I would strongly, as Andrea pointed out, develop plans to include local training as much as possible for construction, support, using your TARO program. It's helpful, even if it's only part-time, to have local tribal members as part, saying, let's say we're going to do a wireless to homes. Well, get some people involved in building that. Just don't give it out to an outside company. Get them involved in terms of when you need to hook somebody up, you've got a local member, In fact, a lot of IT companies, if you bring them in as partners, and they're like 100 miles away or something, they would love that because then they can handle most stuff remotely, but they need somebody on site to do some of the work, and if they're trained, it just makes it a lot easier. Next slide, please. Is that it? Next slide, please. Conclusion. So this is just the kind of something to think about for those who are planning their projects. How do we begin planning? Well, that's part of the team building, and you'll hear more about that through the week. Jean's already touched upon it, as well as Andrea, and get your team together. That's the beginning. And how do we define and find our private-public partnerships? You got to get the word out. There's they can be the list I put out. They can be all those people. There could probably be even more. But you're going to have success with the private-public partnerships. I'm a very wealthy casino tribe. That's probably the only exception. And then how are you going to fund it? Your funding might not just be one source, so that's a huge hurdle that everyone has to jump over, is funding it. And how are we going to sustain it? And that's your biggest problem, because I can build something, and then if I can't afford to run it or fix it, then the network goes down, and we're down 2 or 3 weeks. It's going to interfere with all the people who are using it, the telemedicine, the distance learning, that if you have television subscribers streaming and it goes down for 2 weeks, you're going to have a lot of angry customers. So these are the things you need to focus on the side, and I think that's about all I have to say for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. I mean, that was a really good overview, and I think it's a good way to kind of emphasize the flexibility needs, even through the planning and also implementation. But I was going to ask you, a lot of people here on this call will be starting asset inventories. Are there any particular assets, tribal assets, that you think people should think about when they're looking at what assets are available?
Yeah, I mean, when you say assets, you mean
like a tower or a water tower?
Yeah. There's a lot of companies. I get emails from companies all around the country trying to sell me towers and something, It's not too hard to find. There's a lot of information from other tribes who've been, I would just look through a list in terms of tribes that have successfully had projects and give them send them an email, ask them, do you have any recommendations? As far as the assets that you do accumulate during the process, basically you'll be filling out a UCC1 sheet, and it lists pretty much if you're under a federal funding. And typically 5 years for premise equipment, operating equipment, typically 10 years, network equipment, towers and poles, and your outside, if you have special buildings you put in, they'll go 15 or 20 years. And you even, like say if you put in fiber, that fiber is an asset, so you have to estimate the value of that as well.
Oh, great, thanks. Hey, if we can hit the next slide, we're going to now turn it over to Josh Snow, the president of Trace Fiber Networks. Josh?
Thank you, Jean. Good afternoon, everyone. So Trace Fiber Networks is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Chickasaw Nation. Really, the genesis of Trace Fiber Networks came in about the summer of 2016 when we were looking at our telecommunications spend. As far as the organization is concerned, the Chickasaw Nation was at that time kind of broke up into 3 different branches. We had our Division of Commerce, we had our headquarters, and we had our health systems. And so during that time, we looked at all 3 of those organizations, and they were all 3 doing different things with different providers on their telecommunications. So we decided we would pull all those things together, and we'd get all of those costs under one roof. And during that review of putting all those costs on one roof, we learned some very interesting things, that we were spending a lot of money to connect duplicate places, and we had T1s that were in places that maybe needed a cable modem or something like that. And so we started working through those numbers and those data points, and said, what if could the Chickasaw Nation sustain its own fiber company? And so we started working on that business plan and the financial model. So we were able to get approval from leadership to do that. And so TFN, Trace Fiber Networks, started in January of 2018 to install 300 buried route miles of fiber that we also combined with 200 miles of lease fiber from OCAN, which was awarded a BTOP grant. So we worked through Jean and her organizations to be able to add 200 miles of fiber that we didn't have to build. And so in total, we have a 500-mile network. In installation, we put 3 ducts throughout the right-of-way, and then on Interstate 35, we actually put 4 in there with the opportunity, that giving us an opportunity to possibly sell that or use that down the road. It's a 216-strand single-mode fiber, in one of the 1.25-inch ducts that's on there. And we also, you need to take a look at your state PD, your public division, your public utilities division, to see what types of certificates that you may need to operate. And in the case of Oklahoma, we needed to file for what they call the Certificate of Necessity to Serve as a data-only provider. And that gives us the ability to basically operate in Oklahoma just like AT&T or any other incumbent telephone company. Next slide, please. So here is just a depiction, a map of our fiber network. The Chickasaw Nation has 13.5 counties here in south central Oklahoma. Obviously, to the south is the Red River in Texas, and to the north is the Cimarron River and Oklahoma City. So we really looked at it and said, okay, how could we be most effective? And so we were able to kind of just do the outline, if you will, follow the border of the Chickasaw Nation and hit as many of our facilities as possible. So we have 10 points of presence, or POPs as we refer them to, and that along the route that houses our equipment to be able to power the network, light the network up, and be able to function and provide the services that we need to. Next slide, please. So we completed construction this June. So that was a big milestone for us. We had a little bit of setback as everyone did, due to the virus. But we were able to complete, thankfully, not too far off schedule, but we're excited about that. We also, during this time, we had went through a very thorough bidding process for our equipment. Now, again, Trace Fiber Networks is a middle mile provider, which is a lot different than maybe some of the last mile stuff that you might be talking about, putting fiber to the home or putting fiber to the business. Those are different pieces of equipment. And so you have to be careful, and you have to be in your planning as far as, okay, what is your core going to be? And for Trace, like I said, it's middle mile, more wholesale, business-to-business type of services. So we were able to do that with Nokia. We're really excited. We were able to put in a 84-channel DWDM system, which gives us the opportunity to do 100 gig waves. So we took that system, and now we've been able to stand up a 100 gig wave, and then we put our IP network on top of that. That gives us the ability to provide services, just like I said, just like an incumbent would, an MPLS, Ethernet private line, direct internet access, all those things riding on our IP layer. So our priorities right now, we are in the midst of migrating about 75 existing Chickasaw Nation circuits to the TFN network. And in fact, last week we reached another milestone. We were able to put our first site in Tishomingo, Oklahoma, onto our network, and we have plans to put about 4 to 6 sites a week between now and February and March of next year. So we're also, during this time, when you get into the fiber business, it's a living, breathing organization, obviously, and you continually have to look for opportunities to expand your network and do these last mile builds to new service locations. And one of the big things that we're looking at is utilizing the existing FCC program called E-Rate, which is a funding mechanism for schools and libraries to get their internet and their connectivities paid for, or mostly paid for. And so there's great opportunities in the rural areas and in the tribal territories where there may be a school or a library there that is in lack of funding and lack of telecommunications. So we're going to utilize that program where we can to expand our network. Next slide, please. So talked primarily up to this point about the fiber network. Shift gears a little bit. We've also been very active in wireless spectrum. We've participated in the 28 gigahertz licensed spectrum in the FCC 101 auction. We were able to gain licenses in 14 counties in Oklahoma. That is something that we're looking to use in the future. The manufacturing equipment hasn't came out just yet. We were in some testing stages with some manufacturers to figure out what the equipment is capable of and what our use is. But right now, we really wanted that to be able to have in our tool chest to say if we had something, that was just beyond, our fiber, and we didn't have the ROI to bore underneath the street or, build the fiber to it for whatever the competitive reasons were or the economic reasons were, we wanted something in our tool chest that we could use to be able to connect that facility or connect that customer. So that's just one of the tools that we want to put in our tool chest. The other thing that, goodness, the FCC really did the tribes a favor was opening that, and it's been mentioned today a couple different times, is the 2.5 tribal priority filing window. We were very active in that. We applied for all of what they call the white space in the 2.5, and we're really excited about what that's going to bring to us. And number one, it's a licensed spectrum, and it's in the what they call the mid-band, which gives you not only the speed that you need, but the payload. So I like to kind of compare it to beachfront property in the sky. Okay, so it really is a big win for tribal organizations to be able to obtain the 2.5. You really don't have anything to lose here. You got a 2-year time frame to meet the build-out requirements, but the build-out requirements aren't that difficult. And what we're looking to do is looking to find a partner to be able to lease that to them and let them put to work and do the build-out requirements. We've had some success with that in the past. So the 3.5 gigahertz, the CBRS, as it's referred to, is in the FCC's 105 auction. That auction just recently concluded this past month, and we were successful in bidding on 8 counties here in Oklahoma. So again, just trying to build a spectrum screen, if you will, of licensed spectrum to be able to use in areas where a lot of the unlicensed spectrum is congested or ineffective because the 2.4 is so congested, but the 5.8 has some distance and some line of sight issues. So I mentioned earlier about partnerships with wireless internet service providers, WISP. I really encourage you guys to look for a wireless internet service provider in your area or an adjacent area that wants to grow their network and just have a conversation with them about what a partnership would look like. We entered in a partnership about 18 months ago in Pontotoc County, where Trace Fiber Networks used its existing fiber that we had in Pontotoc County, and some vertical assets, as Greg mentioned and Gene earlier about that, the vertical assets that the tribe owns. We happen to have 3 radio towers that we had acquired some time back, and we were able to leverage those 3 towers, to stand up the system, and it's really worked well. So we retain ownership of all those things. We own the equipment on the tower, and so the WISP in that case, they do all the legwork with the customer, and so they do the marketing, they do the installation, they do the maintenance and the upkeep on all of that, and so they just really wholesale from us. We give them a price at wholesale and say, this is how much it costs to connect each one of their users to our network. And so that's really worked out well for us, and we're hoping to really capitalize and build and expand on that. Next slide, please. So one other opportunity that we have come across, and this has been talked about several times, is looking for some grant money to put to work in some of our unserved or underserved areas. And so Chickasaw Nation is currently preparing an application for the Economic Development, Public Works, and Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant. This project is proposed to construct 1 wireless tower in 10 densely populated Chickasaw communities, and those communities is Ardmore, Davis, Duncan, Kingston, Medill, Marietta, Newcastle, Pauls Valley, Purcell, and Tishomingo. And those are strategic because they are also close to our fiber network and close to our points of presence, frankly. And so the intent here is that if we get this award, we're going to put in these towers, and we're going to do the same as I talked about earlier that we did in Pontotoc County. We're going to own the tower. We're going to own the equipment on the tower. We're going to go out for either competitive bidding or through a partnership, be able to attract a list to say, okay, we have already 10 towers with equipment ready to go. How can we put together a partnership where there's some revenue sharing as well as leveraging the fiber network that Trace Fiber Networks put in. So with that, that's really where I would see from a sustainability. That's kind of a quick glimpse into our roadmap. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jean.
Hey, thanks so much, Josh. I think you really gave a real detailed about what kind of plans you have, and I think that's kind of where everybody wants to get to. But tell me, for people who are working on their financial performance, what are the couple of things that you think are super important for them to think about?
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time on our financial pro formas. I work with the Chickasaw Nation. Fortunately, we had several financial analysts and support teams, accountants, financial wizards that they really helped me put the numbers together. But one of the other key things is if the construction part of it is almost 2/3 of the cost. Opening up, if you're planning a buried fiber network, as we were, opening up the ditch is 2/3 of the cost. And so that is why in the earlier slide I said we put in 3 conduits, because we work with the contractor and say, okay, where's the sweet spot that we can put in as many ducts as possible to future-proof our network without really costing us a whole lot more. And the construction company that we utilize, their plows and their trenching equipment was set up for 3 ducts. And so that was why we chose that. So I would encourage them, and first and foremost, the construction is a big piece of it. So work with a local contractor, go through the competitive bidding process. The cheapest is not always the best, as everyone knows, but be very thorough and make them break down each segment on how many feet are going to be trenched in dirt, how many feet are going to be trenched in rock, how many feet are going to be plowed in dirt, how much is going to be how much rock salt that they're going to have to use. I mean, each boring in dirt, boring under hard surfaces, boring into rock. Each mile segment, you ask your contractor to give you a breakdown of the units that they will be doing in each one of those mile sections, and that'll help you really kind of keep your budget in track. And you're not waking up and one day it's like, oh my gosh, we had 10,000 feet of rock that we didn't account for because we didn't go out and we drove every mile of the plant construction with the contractor and making detailed construction pro forma so that we stayed within budget. Because most of the time in my 25 years of doing this is that you get outside of the where you tend to go over is when you on your construction, you underbid your construction, and it really comes back to haunt you on the back end. So that's, and the second thing that I would say is that make sure you get, and it's been talked about, your operating expenses, your personnel. Finding key people is really, really important. I was very fortunate that there was a Chickasaw citizen that was working for actually a incumbent here in Oklahoma, and we had known each other, and I told him about what we were trying to do, and he was excited about coming on board, leaving his other company and coming on board with us. And so through those other connections, we were able to hire a staff. And right now, our staff is only 5 people. So we're doing a lot with a little.
Great, thanks. We've got several questions in chat. I don't think we'll get through them all, but let me just start with a couple, just a little quick one. Let's start with the first one is for redundancy. Should you have multiple connections to the internet, peering with multiple ISPs, redundant routing? What do you think about that? I'll leave it open to whoever wants to answer.
Yeah, so we will have redundant connections with multiple ISPs. Again, right now we've only got one, but we're still in the phase 1 of our real rollout of our services. But yes, our fiber network will connect with several ISPs. We'll also establish network-to-network interfaces, which is really important because there's going to be, hopefully there's going to be some other carriers in your area, and connecting to their network expands your network as well as they can market on your network. So that's an important thing to remember as well.
That's great. We have one other question I think we can fit in, which is what are some of the challenges working with outside partners when they're helping you build and operate a network? I'll also leave that one open.
Yeah, they're certainly there. I think the biggest thing is having a good understanding of where your demarcation is and where does our responsibility end and where does theirs start. And if you can get through that, if you can work out that piece of it, most everything else will fall in line from a technology and operations standpoint. And then you're just left with the numbers. You know, how can you work that out where it benefits the tribe and you're able to not only recoup your costs, but hopefully you're going to be able to make some money at some point, as well as it's not too big of a cost or too big of a burden on the partner or the WISP that they can go out and they can make their margins as well. So those are just a couple of key things to keep in mind.
Great. Anybody else want to add to that?
I'll just add, this is Greg, I'll just add a little bit. I would have to say that this is probably the most complicated and difficult part of the project. Very few tribes can build or operate a network of complex technologies. The other issue is that you need to really sell it to the community members to get them on board, because otherwise you won't have that many customers, and then whoever you're partnering with will lose money and probably back out, or if you're lucky, it's a break-even situation in most cases. So what you need to is, Josh pointed out really well, is approach it from the tribe as the wholesaler, and maybe there's tribal members who help with an outside networking company to do work as needed on when you have to be physically out there. And the other thing is to come up with a formula to where you can pay for your operating costs on the backside, and the company that you're partnering with can afford to at least make something. Not every company needs to make a lot of money off this project because it can be a good marketing tool for them. There could be expansion, growth. You can bring in, you need to look ahead in the future. Can we bring in businesses because we have a high-speed network that might say, well, we'd like to locate out there because resources are cheaper, the land's cheaper, there's maybe people we can hire, things like that.
Great. That was great. And I know there's more questions, and certainly feel free to reach out to me or any of the panelists. And I just wanted to thank Andrea, Greg, and Josh for great presentations, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I'm really pleased that you all will have a whole bunch of days to talk about, federal land permitting and funding that's available, and success stories, funding and financing. A lot of great follow-ups to this panel. So thank you so much for joining us, and let me turn it over to you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Jean, and thank you again to our panelists. Now I would like to turn it over to Morgan Rodman, Acting Director of the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, for our next panel. Morgan, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie, and good afternoon and good morning to everyone. I think that covers all the bases there. Welcome to a discussion on an overview of federal funding programs, and these are programs that can support broadband deployment. Again, my name is Morgan Rodman. Been Acting Director for Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development for about 17 months. I'm originally from Oklahoma. I'm Cherokee and Osage, and it's a pleasure to be here. We have a tight hour and 15 minutes planned today. In addition to the resources I'll present, we'll have 6 more agencies here to talk about some of their programs. And the plan is that my colleagues and I will share highlights of our office's resources, and I'll do my best to keep us on schedule. Each agency will have about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll do some Q&A. And you'll see that our office is on different stages of broadband deployment, with some funding more pre-development work and others funding the various stages of construction and development, And many of us will be talking again throughout the summit, so you'll have another opportunity to ask us questions. So after our presentations, we'll have Q&A, but does that sound good to everyone? Okay, Stephanie, next slide then. All right, first up we have Laurel Leverrier, Acting Assistant Administrator, Telecom Programs from Rural Utility Service, USDA. So Laurel, please take it away.
Great, thank you so much, and good afternoon and good morning to some of you. My name is Laurel Leverrier. I'm the Acting Assistant Administrator of our Telecommunications Program. If you guys want to go on to the next slide, I will start running into it. So not too much. I'll try to keep it pretty slimmed down for you guys. I know we have a lot of content as part of this presentation or this panel. But so at USDA, why are we involved in telecommunications? I get asked that all the time. And at USDA, we have over 40 different programs that focus on providing loans and grants to help support rural economic development. Those programs cross supporting housing, economic development, healthcare, first responders, as well as utilities, including water, electric, and telecommunications services. If you want to go to the next slide. And so many different programs at USDA that are all here focused on rural communities and how we can help our rural and our tribal communities with those helping to provide the funding necessary for that important economic development. I oversee our telecommunications programs, which are part of the Rural Utility Service. So rural development has three different sort of umbrella organizations: our Rural Utility Service, which our electric, our telecommunications, and our water and waste treatment systems are based; our Rural Housing Service that focuses on single-family and multifamily housing, as well as community facilities; and then our Rural Business and Cooperative Service that provides funding for really important business development opportunities. And as I said, I'm specifically responsible for our telecommunications program, which really focuses on this particular issue: broadband access, distance learning, and telemedicine. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see within our telecommunications program, we have 5 different programs that I'm responsible for that are under the telecommunications programs umbrella. 4 of our programs, I like to say, are pretty similar, but the funding source and the areas we serve are a little different. And then we have our distance learning and telemedicine program, which is kind of the oddball of our group of programs. But just really quickly, I would say 4 of our 5 programs are focused on expanding access to broadband service. And so when you see our Community Connect program, our Reconnect program, our Telecom Infrastructure Loan program, and our Rural Broadband program, all of those programs have kind of the same purpose: extending broadband infrastructure. So we will finance, whether it's a loan or a grant program, that those infrastructure needs you have. So the fiber you need to run in the ground, the poles that we need to build to provide fixed wireless service, whatever that looks like. That's what those programs are for. And they're different. We differentiate them because of the type of funding they have. Community Connect is our 100% grant program. So all of the projects that we finance in that program are 100% grants, and the areas that we're helping under that program completely lack access to any broadband service at 10-1. So what we're saying is that the 100% grant program is really focused on those unserved communities. In contrast, our Reconnect program, which hopefully some of you all have heard about, the big program that we're pushing right now, that program actually finances loans, grants, and loan guarantees. Again, with that same purpose of extending broadband infrastructure. But the type of community that we're working with is slightly different, and those projects are also bigger in our Reconnect program. In Community Connect, we're limited to projects of $3 million or less. Under Reconnect, we can fund projects up to $50 million. Similarly, our Telecommunication Infrastructure Loan program, also, again, financing that infrastructure to help extend broadband service. The difference there is our Telecom Infrastructure program is an entirely 100% loan program. So we don't have any federal grants involved with that. It's just loan funding, but it's very low interest loans. And actually, we've been able to do work with quite a number of different tribal communities and entities with that program. And then the fifth program that's kind of what I say sort of the oddball out, but it makes sense in the greater context of what we're doing under telecommunications, is our distance learning and telemedicine grant program. That is a 100% grant program with a 15% match. But unlike our other programs, our distance learning and telemedicine program, or DLT as we like to call it, is all about the equipment needed for distance learning and telemedicine. So we're not financing the equipment to extend broadband access in that program. What we're doing instead is funding the equipment that's needed for that important distance learning and telemedicine. So in this world, since March, as we've all been dealing with this pandemic, I'll tell you, I get more calls about our DLT program than I ever had. I think folks always understood why it was important and why telemedicine and distance learning could be helpful and could complement what our medical professionals and what our schools are doing. But in this new world, in this new dynamic, what we're seeing is in some cases it's all folks can rely on. And so there's been a huge amount of interest in that program. We are very fortunate to receive some additional funding through the CARES Act, and we are in the process of reviewing those applications actually today. So across our programs, why is USDA involved in telecommunications? Well, it all started in the 1930s, where USDA got involved with electrical service. And at the time, the country was battling to try to get electricity. And it was determined that USDA should take on this New Deal program because we were already familiar with rural communities and the needs there. And since that time, as I said, rural development has expanded its umbrella. We now have over 40 different programs. But our mission remains the same. We're here to make sure that our rural and communities have the same access as their urban counterparts. So much information I would love to share with you about our programs, but I know we just have a little bit of time. So I would note that all of our programs, we have extensive information on our website about what these programs can do. We're also going to be talking more this week about these programs. So you will be hearing from more of our staff as well as some of our senior leadership. If you want to go on to the next slide, really the takeaway here is please reach out. USDA, we have folks here. I'm in the national office, so I work out of Washington, D.C., but we have staff located across the country, and we want to work with you. We know that it can be difficult to understand some of the federal rules and requirements, and so on this slide you see I provided my contact information, my email and phone number, as well as our deputy assistant administrators who actually oversee our program. So, and then a link at the very bottom to a website we maintain with all of our general field representatives. So we have almost 25, general field representatives across the country. And so to locate the GFR for your particular state or area, you can click on that link and get their contact information. So, you know, we really want to be here to help support folks who are interested in our programs and work with you through that process. And I think that's what I have for today.
Great. Thank you so much for that information, Laurel. Next up, we have the Jennifer Contreras, Manager of Communications from Rural Health Care Program at Universal Service Administrative Company.
Hi, thank you, and good afternoon. So we're going to very briefly touch upon just the USAC world, specifically Rural Health Care Program. And I know I have about 5 minutes, but if anyone has any questions, please feel free to let me know in the chat box, and I'll make sure to answer them or get back to you. So next slide, please. So the Rural Health Care Program is one of 4 programs from the Universal Service Administrative Company, and I know that's a very long name, but we're called USAC. And the Rural Health Care Program essentially provides discounts for telecommunications and broadband services to eligible healthcare providers, and I'll get into what that entails a little bit later. So we like to think of ourselves as kind of the highway that connects telehealth medicine to rural communities and just facilitates that type of relationship with rural health clinics, either connecting them to larger consortia or allowing them to have savings in terms of their broadband or telecom costs and apply those in other areas that they may need. So this is a very specific presentation for those of you that are part of a rural health clinic or work in a health clinic, especially in tribal lands, to just kind of see if maybe you're already participating or would like to participate or want some more information. So the amount of funding that the RHC program is authorized to disperse is determined by the FCC. And for Fund Year 2020, we're actually authorizing a historic amount, which is about $802 million. So it's a very big deal, but it's great because it's showing just how much telehealth medicine is now getting promoted and is being used across this country, especially during these really just very historical and terrible moments with this pandemic. So there's a hyperlink to our funding year overview because, again, we're not a grant. It's all about if you meet eligibility requirements and then submitting forms by certain deadlines. Next slide, please. So there are two main sub-programs to the Rural Healthcare Program. The first one is the Healthcare Connect Fund, and that is specific for broadband connectivity, broadband networks, and HCP, which are healthcare providers, would receive about a 65% discount on eligible services and equipment. You do not have to be in a rural area to participate in this first program, the Healthcare Connect Fund. You can be in an area that's not rural, but you must be participating as part of a majority rural consortia. So that's just something, it's a nuance with this program, but it allows rural communities to really connect with larger hubs, and it's not limited to states or regions. The second program is the telecommunications program, and in this program, you must be in a rural area. There is no consortium model for this program. It's very much based on your rural location, and the type of funding that's provided is based on the urban-rural differential. And we have tools on our website that allow you to look up what those rates would be. And we have a really large population in Alaska that participates in the telecom program. Next slide, please. There's also a new program that's just getting up and running. It's called Connected Care Pilot Program, and it will provide up to $100 million over a 3-year period to support the provision of connected care services. And it also does place a very large emphasis on low-income Americans and veterans. It will cover 85% of eligible costs of broadband connectivity, network equipment, and info services that are necessary to provide connected care services. Right now, the program is very much in its beginning stages, so we do encourage those that are interested to check to see if their clinic is already eligible or to get that eligibility process going. And those are links to our website with more resources. Next slide, please. This is just a visual representation of our application process. Again, we are not a grant. It's all about just submitting forms by deadline time and making sure they're as accurate as possible. So it starts all the way from number 1, determine eligibility, all the way to actually getting those funds on step 4, and then invoicing and receiving those funds on step 6. Now, the reason I show this to you is, next slide, please. Right now is a great opportunity for you to get started on the first step for determining eligibility. So our fund year is a little bit different than a regular calendar year. Our fund year 2021, which begins next July 1st, right now we're starting the first steps of how to get into this filing window, how to be active in this funding year, and how to ensure that you're requesting the funds that your clinic needs. So right now, you can start on the orange section, which is step 1, essentially, determining your eligibility, requesting, showing us and service providers what type of services you're requesting, and then step 4 would begin January 4th to April 1st, and that's a really important time period. That's the filing window when you can request funding, and our filing window is set, so all applicants have between January 4th to April 1st of 2021 to request funding. So right now is really that time to get ready and get prepared for that, because we do have to review your eligibility and certain steps may be needed before you can request funding. Next slide, please. And again, this is just a snapshot of our funding year and our filing window periods, and it's just important to keep in mind that I'm always here if anyone has any questions or would like us to speak or present to your community on how to get started. These funds are there, they're available, there's no grant writing involved, and we want to make sure all those that are in need and that are eligible are able to participate in this program. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So very quickly, because I know that I don't have that much time, when we talk about eligibility, there are essentially 3 criteria that need to be met. The first is status. You must be not-for-profit or public. The next type is HCP type, which means either you're a rural health clinic, community mental health center, a SNF, which is skilled nursing facility. And then the third type is rural location, which I explained in the beginning, can vary depending on if you're participating in the HCF program or in the telecom program. Next slide, please. And here's just a snapshot of our general eligible types. Again, like I said, there's community health centers, local health departments, community mental health centers, and we have some tips and resources on our website that basically tell you what type of information you should be providing when you submit your application, so we can quickly check to make sure that you are eligible, whether those are tax documents or certifications or website links. We definitely need that just to make sure you're eligible. And once you're in, that's it. Eligibility is valid for the lifetime of your clinic being at the location it is. Only if you change locations would we need to just check that eligible status one more time. Next slide, please. And this is just a snapshot of the differences between the 2 programs that I mentioned in the beginning. Sometimes some applicants favor one program or the other, but again, this is something that you can decide and decide which program. It's not limited. You can definitely apply to both the programs as long as you're not requesting duplicative funding. Next slide, please. And right now, if you have never applied for the program, we do recommend that you complete your Form 460, which is the eligibility form. We have learning modules which allow you to learn at your own pace. There's no secret to participating or succeeding in this program. All of our information and trainings are on our website. We want to make sure it's as accessible as possible. Yes, there are forms. Yes, there are deadlines, but it's definitely manageable, and there are resources there to help you. Next slide, please. And that's it for me. I know I went a little bit over. My apologies, but feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about the rural healthcare program.
We appreciate it, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Julian Guerrero, Director of the Office of Indian Education at U.S. Department of Education.
Hi there. Thank you very much for the time. Hamaroeka Naniat Saryani Suara. My name is Julian Guerrero, Jr. I'm the Director of the Office of Indian Ed over at U.S. Department of Education. Next slide, please. I'd like to just talk a little bit about our grant opportunities out of the OIE, and although a majority of these are non-construction based, they do have relationships to all the other areas of what it means to invest in broadband in Indian country. So I want to pay particular attention to Title VI Part A, Subpart 1 grant opportunity. These are largely formula-based ongoing funds available particularly to local educational agencies such as school districts, and are based on a submitted student count. However, in some cases, conditions permitting, tribal nations may apply for these formula funds, again, conditions permitting. And the purpose of formula grants out of the OIE is to meet the unique cultural, language, and educational needs of American Indian Alaska Native students, as well as ensure that all students meet the challenging state academic standards. Next slide, please. So for those existing grantees, your local school districts in the area may have already been receiving these grant opportunities. There's currently a fiscal year 2019 flexibility active right now. On March 13th, 2020, the department prescribed flexibilities related to fiscal year 19. This is school year 2019-2020 formula grantees. And grantees may use Title VI formula funds to purchase items to support remote learning to the extent that such expenditures are necessary and reasonable and do not violate supplement non-supplant requirements. You can access this online guidance via the link that you see on the screen here at oese.ed.gov/guidance. Next slide, please. And just to give you a brief overview, I could probably spend a whole hour talking about our different grant opportunities, but not doing that. We have 4 primary grants: formula grants, which I just spoken about earlier. We also have demonstration grants, professional development grants, and state tribal education partnership grants. Again, if you'd like to learn more about each of these grant opportunities, you can find that information via the link on your screen right here, which is oesc.ed.gov/offices/office-of-Indian-education. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Julian. Next, we have my office, the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development. Next slide, please. Essentially, the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, or IEED, provides direct funding opportunities and technical assistance for a wide range of tribal and individual entrepreneurial efforts. This ranges from energy and minerals to tourism to small business to larger scale efforts. Next slide. And this is just a snapshot of the 3 divisions. I'm going to get into detail with each of those in just a bit. We report through the Assistant Secretary line through the Deputy Assistant Secretary. Next slide. Okay, the first division I'd like to reference is the Division of Economic Development, or DED, and this division offers technical assistance and grant opportunities, 2 of which I'd like to point out for this discussion today. You see in the second bullet there, it has the Native American Business Development Institute grant, or the NABDI grant, and these grants fund third-party feasibility studies to explore tribal economic development proposals. These studies have covered activities ranging from RV parks to call center development, hotels, but they could also cover broadband-related projects. Again, these grants would be to fund studies that scope out broadband development as an economic development venture. The other grant I'd like to point out is the National Tribal Broadband Grant, and this is a new grant as of 2020. We awarded 25 grants to tribes to hire consultants to research the potential of broadband deployment or expansion for tribal communities. The competition was high this year. We had 55 submissions, and we look to have this grant opportunity again in 2021. As many of you know, feasibility studies are often critical for not only determining whether a project is able to be done, but they're also vital when it comes to leveraging for additional grant or loan monies. We've had recipients of feasibility study grants come back and tell us later that they used that study to acquire millions of dollars of other grants or monies. Next slide. The Division of Capital Investment, or DCI, they manage the Indian Loan Guarantee and Insurance Program. And essentially what this does is it guarantees private lender loans up to 90% to Indian borrowers for business, for economic development. And this can be tribes or individuals. Some of the examples that, a few of the many examples that this program has funded: startups, construction, equipment purchases, lines of credit, et cetera. And so for the last 3 fiscal years, just to give you a scope of this program, we've obligated over $345 million in loan guarantees and insured loans. And one broadband project I'd like to highlight here is the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority project from 2016. NTOA secured a $23.5 million loan to get a 51% common stock interest in NTOA Wireless LLC, and this made NTOA the first and only wireless internet business primarily owned by a tribal enterprise. Next slide. The Division of Energy and Mineral Development is the last division in IEED, and again, this division typically provides technical assistance and funding, and the funding comes from grants. I'd like to point out one grant in particular. It's the third bullet, the Tribal Energy Development Capacity Grant. And this grant has worked with tribes on developing tribal utility authorities, which can facilitate greater tribal control over energy transmission and production. This question is critical to broadband deployment when you think about how broadband is powered. In other words, what will be the power source for the broadband transmission, and this grant can help address that question. And next slide. And this is my contact information. We'll be sure to share this and others moving forward throughout the summit. Next slide. Okay. So next up, we have Cindy Landrum, the Deputy Director library services for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Cindy?
Thank you, Morgan. My name is Cindy Landrum, Deputy Director for the Office of Library Services at the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and I'm happy to speak with you today about our grant programs and to remind you of the important role that your libraries, museums, and cultural institutions can play in advancing your connectivity goals. Next slide, please. So through the Office of Library Services, we have a number of key grant programs for tribal libraries. The Native American Library Services Basic Grant essentially supports basic library operations. However, the Native American Services Enhancement Grant, which is capped at $150,000, is an opportunity for our grantees to really address digital services. In fact, that is one of the areas within that program that is called out. And we begin to see some projects around small infrastructure projects and things of that nature. And similarly with our Native Hawaiian Library Services grants. We also have the National Leadership Grants for libraries. This is one of our larger grant programs. It has a variety of project types from planning grants to form grants to large-scale project grants up to $1 million and research in service to practice. That's about $750,000. One of the probably major broadband-related projects to come out of the National Leadership Grant is the Gigabit Toolkit, and we have funded that previously, and we have a new iteration that we recently funded. A sub-program of that where we address digital inclusion and broadband is our Accelerating Promising Practices for Small Libraries. This is an initiative of the National Leadership Grants with the intention of addressing small libraries and building capacity for them, and one of the areas is digital inclusion. We also, within the National Leadership Grant for Libraries, have a dedicated digital inclusion portfolio that runs the gamut from infrastructure-related projects to broadband-related research and digital inclusion. We also have another larger grant program, which is our Laura Bush 21st Century Librarian Program, which is focused on developing a diverse workforce with the appropriate skills to address issues such as broadband adoption and giving organizations the opportunity to work with their libraries and librarians having the key knowledge and skills that they would need to be an effective partner in this space. Finally, our largest grant program is our Formula Program, which is our Grants to States program, which works directly with our state library administrative agencies to send money to all of our state library agencies. These agencies often, like in states like Arizona, do work quite closely with tribal libraries. Next slide, please. Our Office of Museum Services also has a number of grant programs. I will focus on their Native American, Native Hawaiian Museum Services program. That program focuses on cultural capital and indigenous knowledge, a type of work, but I think it's really important to remember that any type of preservation work, be it in the library, museum, or a cultural center, in today's world really does have to focus on connectivity because so much of it is digital and so much of it is focused on bringing forward access of that capital. And the next slide, please. And finally, IMLS did receive CARES Act funds, and we had 2 programs for CARES Act as well as funds that did go through our grants to states, but we had a dedicated Native American, Native Hawaiian library services program in which we funded a number of connectivity-related projects, as well as a CARES Act program for museums and libraries, which we will be announcing shortly. We do not fund any construction. However, there are other ways that our funds could be leveraged to support broadband in the community, and I would invite you to go to our website, imls.gov, to learn more about these opportunities and our upcoming grant cycles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Up next, we have Scott Woods, Manager for the Broadband Technical Assistance Team at NTIA.
Thank you very much. And go to the next slide, please. I'm going to be brief today. A lot of the information that we have is available on our website. I'm just going to give you an overview of who we are and what we do here at NTIA and the Broadband USA program, and then give you an overview of our American Broadband Initiative and specifically the federal work stream that we're working on that streamlines all sources of federal funding for broadband infrastructure and digital inclusion programs and projects. And then finally, just a brief overview of what states are doing in the area of funding and how some CARES Act funds can be used. Next slide, please. Again, just a very brief overview of NTIA. Our really 3 main goals or areas that we focus on: expanding broadband access and adoption, expanding the use of federal spectrum, and then ensuring that the internet remains an engine for continued innovation and economic growth. Here at Broadband USA, we focus on goals number 1 and 2, specifically as we work with communities, nonprofits, tribes, state and local governments across the country. Next slide, please. And again, our goal under the Broadband USA program is to educate communities, facilitate relationships with stakeholders and service providers, and then to provide helpful resources to guide the community along. We do this through 3 main ways. We educate, we assist, and convene. Again, I lead our technical assistance program as we work with partners seeking assistance on planning, funding, and implementation for their broadband and digital inclusion projects. We also assist. Pre-COVID, we held a number of in-person workshops and events. Post-COVID, we are starting to do things virtually. But again, the goal is to advance the conversation and share lessons learned regarding broadband connectivity and digital inclusion. And then if you look on our website and a lot of our monthly webinars, we educate and we try to arm stakeholders in the community with solution-neutral guides and tools to help them make the right decisions for their broadband initiative. Next slide, please. And just really, before I focus really on funding, all of our funding efforts really revolve around these 3 central areas. We're establishing partnerships with states and other federal agencies. Our technical assistance, again, we're working directly with communities and regional support teams within communities on projects of digital inclusion and broadband infrastructure. And then again, our products and events, again, just run the gamut on establishing and convening stakeholder engagements, funding best practices on planning and funding and implementation of broadband projects. And so you can get all of that information, and I'll share with you on our website. Next slide, please. On the area of funding, we launched the American Broadband Initiative in February 2019, and it's the administration's signature strategy to stimulate increased private investment in broadband infrastructure and services to fill broadband connectivity gaps in America. If you go to our website, you can download our latest ABI progress report. But the goal of the ABI is to really synthesize all of the federal funding agencies and sister agencies that we have that provide funding, grants and loans for broadband projects and digital inclusion into one central location, a centralized strategy to make it easier for the communities and tribal nations to access that funding. Next slide, please. And so again, under the ABI's federal funding work stream, our objective is to make sure that all of these federal funds are designed to address and target areas of need. Again, rural communities, tribal areas, again, and be simple to understand so that sponsors can identify the funding source, leverage those with existing state or local policies, and then allow everyone to make better and more efficient use of federal dollars. Again, we chair it along with the Department of Agriculture, but again, you can see here those outline and list of those federal funding workstream members. Next slide, please. And so here's just a summary of some of our key actions, and it's culminated in sort of a database, an ongoing database on our website that we update. But we provide a one-stop shop, if you will, for broadband funding information, including eligibility criteria, the amounts, and all the information that a community or tribal nation would need to get started. Right? The goal, again, is to improve broadband availability data, and we're doing that through our national broadband availability map and working with other federal agencies to improve broadband data specifically. And again, just to improve the efficacy and reach of federal broadband funds. Again, we try to engage with private sector, state and local resources, our tribal partners, again, to identify and share successful models to leverage, again, federal funding, incentivize private investment, and then create stronger public-private partnerships as these projects move forward. Next slide, please. And so if you go to our website, broadbandusa.nta.doc.gov, you can search our ongoing updated database of all the federal programs that provide federal funding for broadband and digital inclusion. You can filter through and search specifically for tribes and tribal nations and tribal areas, or as broadly as you want. But again, we are working with these agencies to provide the most up-to-date and relevant information on all the various sources of federal funding that's available. So again, you can access that on our website. Again, whether it's planning, deployment, training, equipment, or other activities, we have synthesized that information for you, and it's available on our website. Next slide, please. And then next, I want to just really talk about one of our State Broadband Leaders Network, which is our multi-stakeholder, one of the multi-stakeholder channels that we manage at Broadband USA. We have coalesced all of the state broadband leaders across the country. Now it's up to 50 states. We started with only 15. And so broadband directors, office directors from all the states participate in this State Broadband Leaders Network. And the goal, again, is to provide, best practices, to share lessons learned. Some states have robust funding. Some states are just starting to develop funds. And so, again, the goal of this is to make sure that all of our states are working together and that they understand, best practices and emerging telecommunications policy issues. We've compiled all of this information, again, on our website on what each state is doing, including broadband plans, their funding, if they have data collection, they have mapping, and the various definitions that each state has for broadband. Next slide, please. So if you go to our website and our state broadband page, you can select a state and it will provide you with all of the relevant information regarding that state's broadband office. More importantly, the state, if they have any funds, any programs, any funding, any initiatives that you can take advantage of, you can get all of that information, again, at one-stop shop on our broadband page. Next slide, please. Again, as you know, as of March of this year, there were about 31 states that had state broadband funding programs. And again, we also are aware that other states are developing broadband programs, funding programs as well. So again, I think our site would be a good place to start if you do not have a relationship with a state broadband office director in your jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Again, just very briefly, we'll touch on states and some funding that they received under the CARES Act. States have a range of approaches on how to use CARES Act funds to close and address the digital divide, which include deploying hotspots and devices to students, to establish competitive grant programs and new grant programs to supplement existing programs that may exist, and then obviously to fund specific broadband infrastructure projects. Those states that participate in SBLN, they've advised us many of those funds are administered through the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, or GEAR funds, or administered from state departments of commerce or state's Department of Education. So again, just a high-level overview of how states are using some of their CARES Act funding, which has to be expended before the end of 2020. Next slide, please. So again, I encourage you to contact Broadband USA. You can email us. You can submit a technical assistance form through this link. You can contact me directly, and I will make sure that we can provide resources to address any questions that you have, either working with your teams directly or at the very minimum being able to point you in the right direction for the assistance that you need. So I want to thank everyone for the time today, and I'll turn it back to our facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. I see a few questions real quick in the chat about the PowerPoint presentations, and while the summit itself will be in the YouTube, on our YouTube channel, BIA, we'll work to put these somewhere online so that everyone can have access to them. It takes a little bit of work to do that, but we will make this information available. So next up, Nancy Gilbert, Senior Program Analyst, Economic Development Integration, Economic Development Administration from the Department of Commerce. Nancy?
Thank you, Morgan. I want to thank you for being in the good company of our federal partners and for this opportunity to share some of the EDA programs with the tribal partners in your audience today. So the next slide, please. Just as an overview, as Morgan said, we're in the Department of Commerce, but EDA is the agency whose sole focus is on economic development. And we are promoting innovation and competitiveness of America's communities, including those with distressed areas. And so certainly that puts us squarely in this world of broadband, which has become so important, and digital inclusion right now in this environment. So we make grants to eligible applicants to support their local and regional economic development strategies. And in addition to our grant making, we also say that we lead the integration of economic development resources. As you've heard today here, there are federal resources from many different agencies, and bringing those together can be a challenge. So our staff are here also to help navigate that process with you and make referrals to agencies with complementary programs. So the next slide. How will we do this? Primarily, as I said, we are a grant-making organization, and we make investments in eligible projects and eligible applicants. Those do include Indian tribes or consortium of tribes. We also are able to provide support to state, county, and other units of local government, as well as institutions of higher education, and nonprofits that are working with units of local government on those comprehensive plans. We also work with economic development district organizations, which are consortia of counties and other communities who come together to provide sort of a comprehensive economic development strategy for their region. We don't directly fund for-profit entities, but we do have the ability to capitalize revolving loan funds that can provide support to small businesses those go through the kind of eligible entities that I mentioned previously. The projects that we fund do have to align with our investment priorities. Those priorities do include critical infrastructure, which, of course, broadband is one. We also do water and sewer systems, roads, and the like that can support jobs and private investment. Most of our awards in our economic development assistance programs do require a federal cost share starting at about 50%, so that's a one-to-one match with non-federal sources. However, for projects that are in areas of high distress and for some other special needs and communities, including Native American communities and tribal organizations, we can provide a higher cost share, 80% and up to even 100% in some cases. So it's important to talk to the local EDA state representative about the project and your needs. And again, you know, we're performance driven as our communities, and we are looking for projects that will create those jobs and attract private investment in your community. Next slide, please. So we have a tight portfolio but flexible programs. I want to focus just on 4 that are on the left side of the screen here. Economic Adjustment Assistance is the name of the program that has the most flexibility in our portfolio. We can use that EAA funding to provide both construction and non-construction projects, including feasibility studies, all the way to job training centers and the like. Public Works is for some of our larger projects, and those are all construction projects. Our partnership planning program is available to help local organizations, economic development organizations, and this includes tribal organizations who do planning for their communities and regions, develop those comprehensive economic development strategies that provide a roadmap for future funding. And then finally, I did want to note here, we do have a local technical assistance program, which is another way we can provide flexible funding for some of the more capacity building efforts that we do. We do also have the other programs there. You can read about them all at the link that we've provided here at eda.gov/programs. Next slide, please. I wanted to quickly mention, I know we're going to talk more about this on Wednesday, I believe. EDA did receive funding from the CARES Act. We got $1.5 billion, which is quite a lot in some ways, and in others, I guess a drop in the bucket, you would say, because of the depth of the pandemic and its outsized impact on many of our communities. But it is available to assist communities impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. These funds, again, are made through our existing Notice of Funding Opportunity, which has a rolling application date on it, but do apply for that quickly if you do have projects that you think would be eligible, and you do that by contacting our EDA state representatives in our regional offices. There is a lot more information about how you apply for an EDA grant and about our CARES Act funding on our website, and that site is provided for you here. Next slide, please. I did want to share with you, I know you've heard a lot about different programs and eligibility, but I think sometimes it's good to see an example of what we do. Here's an example of an award made last year to the Seneca Nation of Indians in Western New York. This example was shared with me by our Philadelphia Regional Office, which serves the New York area. It's an example of a feasibility study that we did fund through our Economic Adjustment Assistance Award. $290,000 helped this tribal community to develop their broadband fiber deployment strategy with a feasibility study and engineering plans in it. And you can see some of the outcomes here is that it really helped this community get ready for the innovation economy, for that digital access that you need. And I wanted to also emphasize here, this is what I thought was great about this example, is that it does tag back to some of the other resources you heard about from our federal partners on this panel today, including Morgan's organization there, the Indian Energy and Economic Development Program, was also part of this sort of broader project by the Seneca Nations in Western New York. It also involved in here was a CDFI fund funding from the Seneca Nations Economic Development Company. And then these kind of feasibility studies can be stacked and ordered so that EDA's funding for the organization can get them ready for another federal opportunity, such as the USDA Reconnect program here that we heard about earlier. And so this is really showing you that the integration of these federal economic development resources can work to the benefit of the communities, and we can help you to figure out how to navigate and stack those together. Next slide, please. In this slide, I wanted to just call out a few other examples. I think it helps you see kind of the range of funding that you can do. I would say, too, it's fair to say that broadband funding is not a separate funding program for EDA. It is part of many eligible activities that we can do with our funding, and they are complex funds, especially when you're talking about implementation or construction type funding for them, and so they're difficult to do, and we may not do as many of them as some of our other partners. But we do participate in this, and here's just a few examples from this current fiscal year that we're in, fiscal year 20. In June, we made an award to the Yurok tribe in California. This, again, was a feasibility study to help them with their broadband deployment and infrastructure plan. Again, we do have received supplemental funding to assist communities with economic recovery from disasters, including recent hurricanes in 2019 and 18, and floods and the like, and the wildfires. So we were able to use that disaster supplemental funding to provide economic diversification funding in North Carolina. Now, some of these are not grants to tribal organizations per se, but they do give a sense of what you can consider in talking with your EDA state representative about projects that you have in mind. The third example there is an example of a public works project that is more of a construction-based one, so it's a little bit larger, not as large as some we've heard about, but this one really did help them build out their high-speed fiber optic cable network in these counties serving in New York. And again, some more examples here are available on our website at eda.gov/grant. So you can see those and kind of get a sense of what is possible. Next slide, please. This is the other aspect of what I wanted to talk with you about just real briefly. Most folks are interested in the grant funding to support their projects and their economic development strategies, but as I mentioned, there are over 130 federal programs for economic development, different aspects of it, and so you may be interested in those. We have been working at EDA through our Economic Development Integration Team to help open access to that array of funding with our federal partners. We work in collaboration with the many partners that were on this panel today, joint promoting and outreach on those funding programs. And we also are working to help our stakeholders to align their plans with the different federal requirements to streamline those where possible so that we can reduce the administrative burden of using different federal funds to support your comprehensive plans. Our webpage is at the bottom here. It's eda.gov/EDI, and there are a number of resources there that can help with these goals. Next slide, please. This slide here is linked to many of those tools that I mentioned. Probably the most important one is the first one, which is our EDA regional integrators, and that's what we call the folks in our 6 EDA regional offices who are there to support our economic development representatives who work directly with our stakeholders to develop their projects. But oftentimes folks will be interested, our communities will be interested in resources that EDA either can't fund or that would take you to the next step with EDA funding to leverage that funds to a more higher impact project. And that's where we bring in the integrators who will work side by side with our project staff and our stakeholders, either to convene or make referrals across the agency funding that you've heard about today. We have brought folks together virtually and in person in what we call Regional Economic Diversification Summit, where it gives our stakeholders an opportunity to present what they're looking to do, and then our federal partners can work with them to see how we can bring those plans into action. So there are a number of other resources that are linked here on our webpage. We do cross-promote federal funding opportunities that we see that we think would be relevant for economic development projects and programs that complement the ones that we may invest in and the ones that our tribal organizations and partners, as well as our economic development organizations at all levels of government, are working to support. And then lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that EDA is the lead for the Department of Commerce in the Economic Recovery Support Function, which is part of the FEMA and Interagency National Disaster Recovery Framework program. So when a disaster happens, we are all coordinated as federal partners to come in and work with our local partners on helping them to restore businesses, jobs, and economies that have been harmed by major disasters, and doing all this and looking forward to enhanced community resilience. So we are working right now with FEMA regional offices as EDA and our ERSF partners to help everyone get back in terms of thinking about what the economy might look like and what they need to restore their economy after the coronavirus situation is still with us, but looking forward to how that will impact businesses and our futures going forward. So we work on that as the Department of Commerce, but closely with FEMA, the Department of Labor, SBA, Treasury, and of course our partners at USDA to support that function. Next slide, please. So lastly, always the last thing to leave people with is where do I go next for more information about this, and where you go is to our EDA regional offices. There is a state and economic development representative who knows our programs and knows your communities that are assigned to each of the states in our 6 regional offices, which are shown here on this slide. If you go to our webpage at eda.gov/contacts, you'll see their name. Drop them an email if you have a project that you're working on, and we will be glad to help you. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Nancy. I think that concludes our presentations. So we have some time for Q&A. I'm going to go to a few of the online questions first. One was, is NTIA part of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance? I don't know if Scott, do you know the answer to that one?
So we do provide assistance to NDIA. We're not an official member, but as a resource for digital inclusion, we oftentimes work with NDIA and definitely with communities, point them to the resources and assistance of NDIA.
Thank you. And another question that came through, are there any initiatives or collaborations related to broadband improvements with correctional facilities, county jails, state prisons, for example, inpatient drug alcohol facilities, and transitional housing sites to support work being done to reduce incarceration, recidivism, relapse rates of system-involved individuals in Indian country? Any of our partners have experience with that area? That question was from Mr. Young. Mr. Young, I can check with the Office of Justice Services on that as far as Indian Affairs goes. I believe there has been some effort to increase connectivity, especially in rural parts of Indian country, to support justice services there. And throughout the chat, we can have some of the responses. Maybe they'll be a little bit delayed from some of the questions asked, but we hope to answer as many of the questions as we can there. And then one other question from online was, some of the presenters have suggested to utilize Indian-owned companies. So I'm wondering, aside from BetaSAM, are there any key sites for Native American Indian-owned broadband companies to learn about federal contract opportunities, or more importantly, opportunities throughout the country from other tribes? Any of my federal colleagues have insight as to if there is a list of Native-owned broadband companies? If not, then these are...
Scott Woods again.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, this is Scott Woods, NTIA. I'm not aware of a specific list or warehouse. I do know we have in NTIA, Broadband USA, I'm sure we have a working list, but and then there's also an entity within Commerce, the Minority Business Development Initiative or program that should have data on Native American-owned, tribal-owned utilities and telecommunications. I would have to do some follow-up on that.
Thank you, and I think that question highlights an opportunity for the partners here to address that need as part of doing business in Indian country when it comes to broadband. I believe, operator, we can take some questions from the phone as well, too.
Thank you. If you'd like to ask a question over the phone, please press *1, unmute your phone, and record your name. Once again, that is *1, unmute your phone, and record your name to ask a question. One moment while we wait for any questions to come in. There are no questions coming in at this time.
Okay, I do have one question I'd like to pose to the group really quick. It's given this presentation and the number of resources that each of our agencies can offer, many of them are complementary. How do you see, are there any ideas on how the agencies can coordinate to most strategically served Indian country? Nancy outlined EDA's approach where they can convene, EDA can convene a number of the agencies together to address a regional or a more regional issue, and it could be broadband, but are there any ideas on how, as federal agencies, we can be more coordinated and strategic in with our resources to support tribes?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Scott Woods again. A very good question. We are actively doing that under Broadband USA. I think as Nancy can attest, and Lori as well. We're working actively under Broadband USA with our federal agency partners, EDA, USDA, to support specific communities and tribal lands as we conduct our outreach. And I think that process and our relationship continues to grow. And so that's a very good question and very good point. But that's what we're doing both on a macro policy level with the ABI, but also on a sort of intra-staff level, regional and in communities that we're working with, because we all share sort of at least there are elements in our portfolio that share a common mission and overlap with some of the communities that we serve. We are working together to ensure a comprehensive approach when we are in these communities, to include our tribal nations when we work with tribes as well.
Great, thank you so much, Scott. And Nancy, with that red, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. We did have a question come in if you'd like to take it.
Sure, yes, please.
Okay. Henry Kigge, you may go ahead. Sir, please check the mute button on your phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just checked it. Okay, Henry Kigge with the Lummi Nation, and I got a couple, or not a couple, but I do have a question with Interior around the right-of-ways. So up at Lummi, for example, we have some companies that have putting in fiber, and there's been no permits or any clearances from the tribe to, give them right-of-way access. And I reached out to the Interior down in Portland, and come to find out that there's no place that we could find that the right-of-ways are being straightened out by Interior. So the workload for right-of-ways, it sounds like it's pretty cumbersome. And what is the legal things that we can do with these folks that are on our res with no right-of-way permission? And what role does the Bureau have in assisting us with these folks that are trespassing?
Thank you, sir. I would ask for that particular instance if you would send me an email at Anthony, ANTHONY .Rodman, RODMAN @BIA.gov, and then I can make sure that the regional director we can discuss this, because the regional director for that area would be the most knowledgeable about that particular instance. But in general, right-of-ways do play an important part in broadband deployment in Indian country, and part of what Indian Affairs has been doing is attempting to make it more streamlined and easier to do not only broadband deployment, but other development as well in coordination with tribes. And there has been a new right-of-way handbook that has been just this year issued, in that attempt to explain how to engage the broadband issues a little bit clearer. But for that particular issue at Lummi, I would ask that you email me, and then we can work to get that resolved in the Indian Affairs.
So what would the Bureau deal with these people? You got Comcast, we got CenturyLink, we got a private fiber company out here with no permission. So can we confiscate them?
Sir, we would have to know for that particular situation the details. And again, the regional director would have the best, at this point, the best knowledge on how to proceed with what you're describing. But we can certainly look at that, and if you shoot me an email, we will get it addressed.
Okay. I'll work with Teresa Taylor, is our person that's helping me with this issue. And I would recommend that these right-of-ways are pretty complicated and outdated. So this kind of ties up some of the tribes that are in broadband right-of-way issues.
Yeah, that is part of the push, has been to clarify it and make the process less cumbersome when dealing with right-of-ways in Indian country, especially when it comes to development. So that's been we've heard that from tribes, and that is something that Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Indian Affairs in particular, has been working on.
Is that a different presentation?
Let me see if we have. Last year there was a presentation on that. Yeah. Was that Stephanie or you on?
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick. Last year we did do a presentation on tribal rights-of-way that is available online currently at our website, doi.gov/tribal broadband. You can click through to see last year's presentations. It should be linked from the homepage there. And again, as Morgan said, if you reach out to him directly, we'll try and dive into the specifics of that and see what we can do to help you out. I'd also, again, reiterate that we have a tribal listening session on Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, which is perhaps another opportunity to discuss this issue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We've got.
Good afternoon again. This is Scott Woods again. I just wanted to add one more thing to the previous question, and I think it may dovetail into the question that was just asked. Another thing that we are planning to do with our federal partners at BIA is establish a tribal broadband cohort that we're working on. Again, so those issues that are germane and specific to tribal lands and tribal nations, there is a cohort group to address that. So be on the lookout for that. That's something that we're actively working to establish. And so more information on that will be forthcoming very shortly. Thank you.
That sounds exciting, Scott. Thank you for sharing that announcement. Another question from the phone. We have 1 minute for this presentation.
There are no further questions from the phone.
Okay. I did see a few more questions about the presentations. Again, we will do our best to share these online. It'll take a little bit of coordination, but I'm confident that we can do that. So if nothing else, then I will turn it back to you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Morgan, and thank you again to all of our panelists and colleagues from the various federal agencies. At this time, we're going to take our second break of the day. Everybody can get a chance to stretch their legs, get some water. We'll return here at 4:15 Eastern Time, so in about 15 minutes for a presentation from USAC on the Lifeline program, a federal phone or internet service discount for low-income residents on tribal lands. Thank you all. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you, and welcome back, everyone, to the National Tribal Broadband Summit. We're going to go ahead and get started with our next presentation from USAC. I have here with us Stephen Butler, Senior Director of Program Management for the Lifeline program at USAC. Take it away.
Thank you very much, and thanks, everyone, for having us here today to talk to you a little bit about the Lifeline program. So, again, we're going to get into a little bit about the program itself and how someone might be able to get a discount on their phone or internet services. We know that, you know, in today's environment, it's even more important that we have those different items available for folks to help them through, obviously, everything that's going on out there. So if we can go to the next slide, I'd like to just introduce the folks that are going to be on the call here. I brought a few colleagues along. Myself, Steve Butler, I'm Senior Director. I work in the Lifeline program. And with me is Leah Srini. She is our Communications Specialist. And then as well as we have Cranell Alfred, and she is our Tribal Liaison that works at USAC. And we'll all be speaking to different parts of the presentation today. You might hear us chime in if we have a question they might be able to answer. So if you hear those voices, that's who you have on with us today. And if we can go to the next slide. A little bit about what we're going to be talking about today. I mentioned it. We'll tell you a little bit about who USAC is, as well as the Lifeline program itself and how you can get that discount, how you qualify, items along those lines. We also want to tell you a little bit about how we collaborate with tribal communities and ways that you can get the information about Lifeline so you have the latest and greatest and obviously can utilize that benefit as well. I mentioned it before. We know COVID, it seems so long ago that it started, but, you know, even today, it's still, you know, a lot of people need some help, and getting a discount on phone or internet service can really go a long way in these times. So we'll tell you a little bit about what the FCC has done to kind of remove some of the rules and make it more accessible for folks during the tougher times. Then we'll tell you a bit about how you apply for the specific tools and ways that you can go about that. And then we're going to go ahead and get into some resources that you can use to be able to help folks out there as well, too, to get them signed up. So we'll go into that, where you can find those and find out information about the Lifeline program. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn it over to Cranell, and she is going to go ahead and walk us through a little bit about USAC, or Universal Services Administrative Company.
Thank you, Steve. Yadeshe Cranell for Unisha. Hello, my name is Cranell Alfred. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation, and I've served as a USAC tribal liaison for about a year now. And my main goal is to help our tribal stakeholders navigate USAC. USAC stands for the Universal Service Administrative Company, and we are an independent non-for-profit designated by the FCC to administer the Universal Service Fund. USAC collects and delivers funding under the guidance of FCC policy through 4 programs focused on places where broadband and connectivity needs are critical. Almost $10 billion is available annually to make universal service possible for people in rural, underserved, and difficult-to-reach areas. The first program I'd like to highlight is the Lifeline program, which we'll present today, and I thank Steve and Leah for providing the information today. The other three programs we have are the High Cost program, which provides funding to eligible service providers through 11 active funds to build out infrastructure or provide services to communities that currently receive little or no communication services. The next program is the Rural Healthcare Program. It supports healthcare facilities in bringing world-class medical care to rural areas through increased connectivity. And I'd like to thank Jennifer Contreras, who was involved in the previous presentation on federal opportunities. And there's the E-Rate program, which provides funding toward eligible services for schools and libraries to keep students and library patrons connected to broadband. We will soon announce our fall training schedule. And if any of the three programs or four programs interest you, please feel free to reach out to me at triballiaison@usac.org. That's triballiaison@usac.org, and I'll place that email in the chat function. Also, in closing, I'd like to thank the organizers for having the Lifeline program here today, as well as the Rural Healthcare Program. And right now, I'd like to kick it over to Leah. Next slide, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Cornell. And I wanted to thank everyone for joining us today to talk about the Lifeline program. I'm really excited to be here and talk to you all about how tribal communities can engage with our program and can benefit from the federal discount. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So Lifeline is unique in the sense that we work directly with individuals to provide a monthly discount for phone or internet service for eligible low-income consumers. So all eligible consumers receive a discount of up to $9.25 per month. Consumers who live on qualifying tribal lands can receive what we call enhanced support of up to $34.25 per month. So out of the 7 million households that participate in Lifeline, currently a little over 200,000 of those receive enhanced support. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and talk about how the Lifeline benefit works. Lifeline support is provided directly to the phone or internet company, which then passes support on to the consumer as a discount off the consumer's bill. Lifeline support is based on the services a consumer receives that meet the Lifeline minimum service standards. So minimum service standards are set by the FCC and USAC to ensure that consumers that participate in our program receive quality service. So the chart on the left-hand side of your screen displays the different service types available to consumers. Consumers can receive discounted service toward voice service, which can be applied to mobile or landline service. They can also receive discounted service towards broadband or internet service. They also have the option to receive a bundled service of both broadband and voice. It is important that consumers double check with their phone or internet company to see which service types they offer, because not all companies may offer all of these different options. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the minimum service standards for this year. These standards are evaluated on an annual basis to ensure that consumers continue to receive quality service. So currently, as you can see, we have minimum service set in place for mobile voice, mobile broadband, and home broadband services. On the next slide, I'm going to talk about LinkUp, which is an additional benefit for consumers on tribal lands. So LinkUp offers residents on tribal lands eligible for Lifeline support reimbursement to start services at their address. So this means that LinkUp can reimburse the cost of initiating service. LinkUp will reimburse the full cost of beginning service with certain phone or internet companies at a consumer's primary residence of up to $100. If the cost of initiating service is more than $100, the company will provide a no-interest payment plan for up to $200 up to 1 year. LinkUp is a one-time benefit per address, and consumers may request LinkUp if they move to an address eligible to receive the LinkUp reimbursement. Not all Lifeline carriers offer LinkUp, so consumers should ask their phone or internet company to ensure that they offer this additional benefit. Next slide, please. So how do consumers qualify for Lifeline? At a base level, consumers qualify for Lifeline through their income. If a consumer's income is at or below 135% of the federal poverty guidelines, they qualify for Lifeline. And the federal poverty guidelines are adjusted on an annual basis, so currently consumers applying for Lifeline are being checked against the 2020 federal poverty guidelines. Additionally, consumers can also qualify for Lifeline if they participate in a qualifying government program. So what that means is that if a consumer participates in Medicaid, SNAP, SSI, or federal public housing assistance, or Veterans and Survivors pension benefit, they can qualify for Lifeline. On the next slide, I'm going to go over some options specific for residents on tribal lands. So in addition to the programs I just mentioned, or through income, residents on tribal lands can also qualify for Lifeline if they participate in one of the programs listed here. So that includes BIA General Assistance, Tribal TANF, Tribal Head Start, and through distribution program on Indian reservations. I wanted to call out that a consumer only needs to participate in one of these programs or qualify through their income in order to receive the Lifeline benefit. On the next slide, I'm going to talk a bit more about some additional eligibility information. So if a consumer doesn't qualify for Lifeline through the programs I just mentioned, but has a dependent or child that does, the consumer can sign up for Lifeline through that child or dependent. We call this a benefit qualifying person. I also wanted to go over the one per household rule. So only one benefit is allowed per household, which is defined as a group of people that share income and expenses. So if a consumer lives with other people that receive Lifeline but do not share income and expenses, then they may still be eligible for Lifeline. Some common examples of this that we see include nursing homes, homeless shelters, roommates, or even multi-generational households that do not share income and expenses. So Lifeline applicants typically must complete what we call a one per household worksheet to self-certify they do not share income and expenses with another Lifeline subscriber if they share the same address. This will allow USAC to verify that the consumer is the only consumer in the household applying and receiving Lifeline, and thus they will be able to qualify for the benefit. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about tribal lands for the purposes of the Lifeline program. So for enhanced support and LinkUp, tribal lands refers to federally recognized tribal lands as identified by the FCC. The map below outlines eligible tribal lands, which are called out in orange. So you can see a map of the lower 48, as well as Alaska and Hawaii. For more details on federally recognized tribal lands, you can visit our Lifeline's Tribal Lands webpage. This page includes additional maps on specific regions and states to provide more detail on federally recognized tribal lands in a specific location. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about how consumers apply for Lifeline. The National Verifier is Lifeline's application system, which means this is the system USAC uses to check a consumer's Lifeline eligibility. After eligibility is determined by the National Verifier, a consumer selects a Lifeline eligible phone or internet provider to enroll in the program and receive service. This is a really important call out to note that it's a two-step process. A consumer must first apply to the program and then contact a company of their choice to be enrolled in the program. Consumers have three options to apply for the program through the National Verifier. The first is online by submitting an online application at checklifeline.org. The online application is accessible from any mobile device, so from a computer, a smartphone, or a tablet. Again, once a consumer applies, they must contact a company to get enrolled. The second option is to apply by filling out a paper application because we know that not all consumers applying for Lifeline will have internet access. They complete a paper form and mail that to our Lifeline Support Center, or they can deliver it to their phone company or internet company to have them submitted on their behalf. If a consumer needs a copy of the paper application to complete, they can call our support center and request that a blank application is mailed to their address so they can complete it and mail it back. A consumer also has the option to apply with the assistance of a Lifeline phone or internet company. So a consumer may already have a company in mind that they want to enroll in Lifeline with. Or if they don't, they can use our Companies Near Me tool, which is available on USAC's website, to look for a list of companies that serve their area. This tool allows you to search for companies by typing in a zip code or city and state, and then a list of companies in the area will populate with the company's phone number, website URL, as well as what service types that company offers. This list will create a printable list, so if a consumer is visiting a public library or meeting with a caseworker and wants to take the list back home to look at it a bit longer, they can print it out and use that list as a resource later on. After the consumer has chosen their phone or internet company, they can visit a service provider store location, or some companies will have the application available on their website, and the company will collect the consumer's information and submit the consumer's application on the consumer's behalf. I also wanted to call out that in California, Oregon, and Texas, the National Verifier relies on existing state eligibility processes. So this means that in these three states, the application process may vary slightly. Consumers in these three states should check with their provider or Public Utility Commission to begin the Lifeline application process. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about Lifeline's collaboration with tribal communities and how we work to share information about our program. So the first piece of engagement is Train the Trainer webinars to provide attendees with educational resources so that they can help eligible tribal consumers receive the Lifeline benefits swiftly. These webinars are really meant to provide stakeholders with agency to help serve their consumers and their communities to help consumers apply for the program. Invitations to our tribal trainings are emailed to Lifeline's tribal distribution list. To be added to this list to receive future invitations, you can email Lifeline program at usac.org, or you can email the tribal liaison email address that Cornell sent in the chat. USAC also attends virtual and in-person conferences and meetings with tribal stakeholders, including nonprofits, leadership, carriers, and other community advocates to raise awareness about the program, answer questions, and take feedback. So like we're doing today, we are happy to join relevant conferences and meetings to speak to you all and additional stakeholders about our program and answer any questions that you may have. On the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about some informational material we have created specifically for tribal communities. So the first is a tribal toolkit, which is available on Lifeline's Tribal Lands webpage. The tribal toolkit includes educational material, including a Lifeline article, a Lifeline public service or radio script, Lifeline social media posts, and additional information for companies that serve tribal consumers. So the material was created so that tribal communities can share this information widely with their consumers. It can be used and posted directly as is, or communities can use it as a template to educate stakeholders about the important benefit and the program and how to apply. So we highly encourage you to check out this tool and use it as a resource for you and your communities. Next slide, please. The next informational material that we have is our tribal flyer. This flyer is available on Lifeline's community outreach webpage, which is where we host all educational material for consumers. So the tribal flyer is a 2-page document that includes information on how to apply, eligibility criteria, and additional tips on submitting an application for tribal consumers. On the back side of the flyer, we include information on action that consumers may need to take to maintain their benefit. So the Lifeline benefit is a reoccurring benefit as long as consumers are still eligible for the program. So there are some action that consumers may need to take to ensure they keep their benefit, and that information is on the back side of the flyer. Next slide, please. The last piece of informational material we have is the state and federal webpage. So recently, the FCC and USAC launched a dedicated webpage for our state and federal partners. And this page includes key details to know about the program, the Lifeline informational material I've discussed previously, more information on the application process, additional details on training opportunities, and contact information. So this webpage is meant to serve as a one-stop shop for state and federal partners to visit and easily grab the information they need about our program. We encourage you to check out this webpage, and if you have any questions or feedback about it, please let us know. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about COVID-19 response. Next slide, please. So in collaboration and partnership with the FCC, USAC has worked to implement temporary program changes to ensure that Lifeline subscribers are not involuntarily removed from the program during the pandemic. So through November 30th, 2020, the following rules and processes are suspended. Recertification, which is an annual process to confirm that existing subscribers are still eligible for Lifeline, is on hold. Re-verification, which is a one-time process to ensure that Lifeline subscribers meet the National Verifier eligibility standards, is currently on hold. General de-enrollment requirements are on hold. So unless a consumer requests to be de-enrolled from the program, no de-enrollments should be happening right now. This includes usage requirements. So if a consumer receives mobile service that is free, they are required to use that service at least once every 30 days to maintain their benefit. That requirement is currently on hold. Lastly, USAC program integrity reviews are also on hold. Next slide, please. So in addition to those processes that are put on hold, I also wanted to talk about documentation requirements that have been adjusted through November 30th to make it easier for those hardest hit by the pandemic to apply and receive this benefit. The first is in relation to proof of income. So as I mentioned earlier, consumers can qualify for Lifeline through their income. And consumers that are applying and qualify through their income may need to submit documentation to USAC to verify they meet our eligibility standards. One way to do this was to submit 3 consecutive months of income documentation. However, we know that consumers recently unemployed due to the pandemic may not have this available. Because of this, we've expanded the type of documentation we will accept to prove income. So we will also accept notice of unemployment benefit payments or a notice of successfully submitted application for unemployment benefits. We've also adjusted or expanded our proof of identity documentation requirements. So what I mean here is that a consumer who's applying for Lifeline may need to submit more information about their identity to USAC. This will include submitting a driver's license, a state ID, or another type of identity documentation. And we know that consumers are social distancing due to increased health risks because of the pandemic, and so they may have an expired documentation that they are unable to renew at this moment. Because of that, USAC is accepting IDs that have recently expired when needed to complete a Lifeline application. So as long as that ID has expired on or after March 1st, 2020, USAC will accept that document. Lastly, we've provided additional relief for rural tribal consumers. Consumers living in rural areas on tribal lands may begin receiving service even if they are still in the process of providing any necessary documentation to confirm their eligibility. Consumers who enroll through this waiver process will have 45 days to provide the required documentation. And carriers or phone and internet companies that serve tribal consumers have been trained on this waiver process, so they will be able to assist consumers throughout this process to enroll and receive service before they've met the documentation requirements. For more information on the temporary program changes that I've discussed today, you can visit our Lifeline COVID-19 response webpage. This outlines all temporary changes to our program in more detail and also includes a link to the FCC waivers that have been released and what USAC has been making these changes based off of. So please do visit this webpage for more information. On the next slide, please. I'm going to go ahead and switch gears and talk about the National Verifier, which again is Lifeline's application system. So I'm going to begin by talking about how to apply online in a bit more detail. Next slide, please. So a consumer starts by submitting an application online by going to checklifeline.org. This screen here shows you what our application looks like online. So you can see two different areas called out. In the green box, you'll see the consumer sign-in button. This is for returning consumers to sign in. So if a consumer has already created an account and is checking the status of their application or maybe needs to submit more documentation, they can visit the consumer sign-in button and log in to their application. New consumers will start by looking at the information called out in the orange box. So they're going to go ahead and start by selecting where they live. Next slide, please. So after a consumer selects their state and territory and the Get Started button, they will follow the steps outlined here. So first, they will enter their personal information, which includes their full legal name, so their name that's included on any official documentation is what they should use here. Their date of birth, the last 4 digits of their Social Security number or tribal ID number, and their home address. After that, the consumer will create an account, create and provide answers to security questions, and indicate how they prefer that USAC contacts them. So they could include a phone number, an email address, or a mailing address. The reason that consumers will create a security question is so that if they forget their password or username, they can easily reset that information by answering their security questions. Step 3 is that the consumer will indicate how they qualify for Lifeline by selecting a check mark next to the programs they participate in or that they qualify through income. After that, a consumer will have the option to review their information to ensure that there aren't any typos or mistakes. If there are, they can easily edit that information and then submit it. If a consumer has any application errors, which means that they will be asked to submit more information to USAC so USAC can validate their identity or how they qualify for Lifeline, they will be notified of that in real time and be provided instructions on how to resolve the application errors. After they have resolved any application errors, they will review and certify to 9 statements by entering their first and last initial next to each statement. And these statements are just ensuring that the consumer is providing true and accurate information and that they adhere to applicable Lifeline program rules. The consumer will also provide an electronic signature by typing in their full name. After a consumer has done that, they will submit their application, and once eligible consumers qualify, step 6 is to contact a Lifeline company in their area to then enroll in the program. So that walks you through how a consumer applies online to receive Lifeline service. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about the paper application. So here you can see what our paper application looks like. Consumers will enter the exact same information they include on the online application. We just ask that consumers write clearly using black ink and capital letters. This will just allow USAC to process the paper application more quickly and ensure the application is easy to read. Consumers must complete all sections of the application, excluding page 7. Page 7 is for a phone or internet company to complete. So if a consumer is filling out a paper application with the help of a phone or internet company, the employee will complete page 7. Otherwise, the consumer can disregard it. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about how a consumer submits a paper application. Consumers mail completed applications to USAC's Lifeline Support Center at the London, Kentucky address listed here. USAC will send an eligibility decision from the Lifeline Support Center. So consumers who have applied by mail should keep an eye out for returning mail from the Lifeline Support Center. If a consumer's application receives an error and they need to submit more information, the consumer will also be notified via mail. Consumers will receive eligibility decisions within 7 and 10 days unless additional information must be submitted. And consumers can always call the Lifeline Support Center to check their application status at the 800 number listed here. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go over the database connections that the National Verifier has connected to. Next slide, please. And apologies, I'm going to run through this a bit more quickly just to ensure I have time to answer any questions you all may have. So the National Verifier has implemented database connections with applicable data sources to verify consumer eligibility for our program. So what that means is the National Verifier is able to ping databases that we have connections with to receive a yes or no response to determine if a consumer participates in a program and thus qualifies for Lifeline. These database connections are used during the application process, and we have implemented them through established computer matching agreements, which are legal documents that outline the criteria for these types of connections. Thus far, USAC has established 19 state connections to government agencies and 2 nationwide federal connections with HUD to verify participation in federal public housing and CMS to verify participation in Medicaid. The map shown on your screen here displays which states and territories we have established connections in and what type of connections they are. You can always visit our eligibility decision process webpage for more details on these connections. Next slide, please. So USAC is open to continuing discussions with relevant stakeholders, including tribal partners, to automate the verification process for consumers and improve the eligibility decision response time. Implementing database connections to verify consumer eligibility with tribal partners should create a simplified application experience for consumers because it will reduce the chances of a consumer having to submit additional documentation, and it will help the consumer receive a response time more quickly. So the goal and the outcome of automated eligibility connections really reduce the burden on applicants seeking to apply for the program by streamlining the verification process. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to quickly go into resources. So we have a surplus of resources available to tribal communities, including Lifeline program at usac.org. This is an inbox monitored by our program analyst at Lifeline, and this is where you should email detailed questions about Lifeline systems, requests to partner with Lifeline to educate shared consumers, questions about implementing database connections, and to provide program feedback. We also have a Lifeline Support Center, which is monitored by consumer representatives meant to serve consumers. So you can contact the Support Center at the 800 number or through email at Lifeline Support. Our Support Center is available from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 days a week. Our support center is really meant to serve consumers, so you should direct questions about the status of an application, help with an online application, documents needed to show eligibility, assistance with renewing or recertifying the benefit, to Lifeline support. So all eligibility-related questions and application questions should be sent to our Lifeline Support Center. Next slide, please. Lastly, we also have a consumer website which has been created to provide consumers with the necessary information to navigate our program successfully. So on this website, you can find additional educational material, including videos on the application process, information on how to resolve errors, specific information for tribal residents, and the company's Near Me tool, which again allows users to search for companies in their area. Next slide, please. So with that, I know that was a lot of information. I'm going to go ahead and pause here and see what questions we have from the audience.
So while we wait for those first questions to come out, I have one to kick us off. That National Verifier program that you're talking about sounds really important and a powerful way for federal agencies and tribes to support tribal members in accessing the Lifeline benefit. And you've talked a little bit about the work you're doing to connect different data systems to the National Verifier to make that process even easier. What is the best way, just to make sure that we all know, what's the best way for tribes to work with you, or important things that they should know up front in terms of how to access that or to support that outreach and connect whatever data systems they have themselves to the National Verifier?
That's a really great question. So I would first say, please just email us at lifelineprogram@usac.org. You can also email Tribal Liaison, that other email address, and we will connect you with someone who can talk about these processes in a bit more detail. But I will give the call out that you will want to be prepared to have a technical representative available to talk through technical requirements with USAC, as well as discuss any legal requirements. So we will work with you to ensure that we're meeting your privacy, your legal and technical requirements, and that those requirements also align with USAC standards. And also, I just wanted to call out that you want to ensure that the databases that you would be reaching out to us house qualifying program information. So if you have, databases that house the tribal-specific programs or just the general programs or even income information, we can work with you to lay out a process to connect with that. And again, we would just be pinging that database for a yes or no response to determine if a consumer is eligible. But I would definitely say the first step is email us at Lifeline Program and just ensure that you are emailing us about databases that house eligibility information.
Okay, well, it sounds like our USAC team did an excellent job of providing the information that we all need to know about the Lifeline program and how to access that great benefit. Thank you all very much for coming in today and giving us that presentation. That concludes today's agenda of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. Thank you all for calling in and participating. We will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. noon Eastern Time to continue the agenda. The WebEx link and conference line information you have is good for the entire week, so you can just join us right back here with the same WebEx link and conference line information. And kicking us off tomorrow will be a keynote remarks from Bette Brand, Deputy Undersecretary, USDA Rural Development. Thank you all, and we'll hope to see you then.
That concludes today's conference. Thank you for participating. You may now disconnect.